Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get this thing started here in a couple minutes. So if everyone could come in and find a seat, we're excited to have you all here. First, just want to say thank you guys all for coming out. The inaugural event this year. We're so excited to have you guys all in the room here and celebrating the growth of pickleball and the future of it as well. So, um, to get us started off, I want to introduce our moderator, the voice of pickleball, Dave Fleming.
How we doing, everybody? Look at this. Not one ball's going to get hit today, and we're packed. I love it. I love it. I love that you're here. Thank you for being here. I get the great privilege of talking about our great players every weekend, and we'll get to do that this week. But I'm a business dude, and it's great to see the business dudes and dudettes out here today because my background's actually in marketing. So I had the privilege to lead marketing for brands like Pizza Hut and Dr. Pepper. So this side of the sport is very interesting to me individually. And what I'm excited about here today is the unbelievable array of panelists that we have that can hopefully inspire you to do more with this sport that is absolutely on fire. It's amazing what's going on. We've got everything from equipment and rules to what's going on in sponsorships, business. If you like the show Survivor, I've even got an influencer, Tyson Apostle, who ran around on the islands of Fiji and everywhere else trying to be the sole survivor. He's doing a lot of great stuff in pickleball himself. Before we get too far into this, I want to sort of let you understand the lay of the land. We're going to do 5 panels today that'll be anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour each. We'll do 2 of them. Then we're going to have a lovely lunch, of course. We have to. Who got They have French toast shooters here this morning. Are you kidding me? Like, I had never even heard of that till today, and I'm sad that I've known about this for exactly this morning. I'm doing that. I just couldn't risk syrup all over the front of me, but that is a wonderful event. Then we're going to do 3 panels in the afternoon and between 3 and 3:15. We've got a live streaming audience, so for those of you that have tuned in on YouTube, thrilled to have you guys with us here as well. And I'm just excited to get this going. So, you guys ready? All right, let's do this. So, panel number 1 is all about sponsorships, all about building communities. So, let me bring our 3 panelists up to join me in these lovely chairs. Isn't this the best living room? I'm going to just hang out here all week. Uh, First up, the co founder of Rockney Pickleball. Give it up for Elise Ivy. Next up, co founder of The Kitchen. Please say hi to Jason Asps. And finally, from Holland America Line, brand partnerships guru Molly Brown. I know. I I've got the maroon at least in here, so we're good. So, first of all, panelists, thanks for being here. And Jason, I got to go ladies first here. So, Elise, you got into pickleball here with a brand called Rockney. Tell us a little bit more about what was your inspiration to get going into this sport that we all adore here in this room.
Yeah, well, am I on? Yes. Okay. Thank you. First of all, it's really, really nice to be here. I'm so honored to be up here, and it's kind of a pinch me moment, especially to be up here with such brilliant minds. So thank you. So my journey is a little interesting. You know, a lot of people say, "Oh, I came from tennis. I came from another racket sport." I did not. In fact, it was embarrassing the first time I held a pickleball paddle, but I knew I loved it. I just had to figure out, how is this all going to work? I actually come from a media background, and I was a television host on a channel called QVC for 7 years ish, about 7 years. And I sold everything from beauty to ladders and everything in between. And what I realized when I was there is that I had a very strong passion and knack for entrepreneurship aspect of the job. So it looks like you just go on TV and you talk and you sell this product, but really what you're doing is learning so much behind the scenes. And I was learning about manufacturing and I was learning about marketing and I was learning about brand building and finding the differentiating factors. And at the same time that I was there at QVC, I was also finding my love of pickleball. And so I did what most people do and I go and I buy, my first paddle set that was kind of, you know, as you're not sure if you're going to love the sport, you're playing with the indoor ball outdoors. I think a lot of us have been there. And after that, I came home and I thought, I need to do a little bit more exploration on this sport and on the equipment because I know there's got to be better equipment out there. And that's when I noticed that where I found a white space was in the idea that I could find cutting edge technology with aspirational aesthetic in the pickleball paddle world. And so I called my brother, who's a finance professional, and he's my co-founder in Rockney Pickleball, and we set off together to create that brand. And that's the short version and the beginning of Rockney Pickleball.
Love it. So QVC in the house. Here we
That's
go.
right.
So we're going to talk about the dichotomy of a startup and an entrepreneur versus Molly. You represent a big brand, and Holland America line has started to embrace the sport of pickleball. How did you guys get started in this, and what can the bigger brand folks watching this learn from what your foray into our sport has become?
Thanks, Dave, and thanks everyone for coming today. I'm excited to be here. I think we've done a lot of at Holland America Line. We've done a lot of research on our guests, and our guests are multi generational. And we have the entertainment down. We have the food. When everybody goes on a cruise, they're really in tune with the food and wine and that experience, the service. But we didn't really have anything that was about health and wellness and about the sport of pickleball. We had a court that was just a all-purpose sports court that people, mainly kids, would play basketball, pick up basketball games and things like that. So as we dove into the research a little bit more, have a Holland America line is a mid-sized luxury cruise line. So our cruises are longer, and because of that, our demographic is a little bit older, and they're not. They want to play and be active in the space. And so we saw the rise of pickleball. And from Washington, we're headquartered in Seattle, and obviously that is where pickleball was born, is in Bainbridge, and we just saw it coming up and all the news and the noise about it. So our goal was really to be the cruise line known for pickleball, and so we had great discussions with the PPA to begin with, and from there it just kind of blossomed into what we have today. It's been less than a year, and it's really been an amazing journey. And um, all of our ships are, and all of our guests are just they just have embraced it, and we've really gone all in on everything that we do.
So let's understand more about what all in means. What does that mean when you say you're all in? I want to hear it. I want to If I didn't get motion sick, I would want to go play it, but you don't want me on one of your ships. Let's just be clear. So, what does all in mean?
So within the past year, all in means that all of our ships, we have 11 ships in our fleet, feature at least one pickleball court, if not two. We also provide beginner lessons that are complimentary. We have equipment that is complimentary. We have in-room, stateroom TV content that is produced by Top Court, and they just give you tips and tricks of pickleball. We've resurfaced our courts, we've repainted them. We have pickleball paddle kits that are co-branded that we sell in our retail shops. It's all over our every marketing message that we have, because there are a lot of cruise lines and others other in the industry that have maybe one pickleball court here, one there, but we just wanted to go all out and know and let people know that we are. You can play pickleball in front of a glacier in Alaska. You can play pickleball, in the Greek waters all over the world. And so it's very aspirational, and you continue with your passion on board the ship. So it's very complimentary too to, these adventure seekers. And that's how we went all in. It's in everything we do. It's a big pillar and brand differentiator for our brand, and it's working. We've gotten over 700 million media impressions just by the association alone, which is that's just a little piece of the overall pie.
I love that. And I love the idea of all the different landscapes that you have in
Right.
pickleball being playing right there. It's unbelievable. So, Jason, what Molly just mentioned, I think your perspective would be great to add to this. A lot of people come up to me. I'm sure they come up to you and say, "Hey, I want to get pickleball going. I want to get this going." And they just kind of dip their toe. You kind of got to commit. And, Molly and her squad certainly has. What have you learned from the kitchen's foray into pickleball that says you can't just kind of dip your toe in because all these folks want a piece of this pie?
There's a lot of toe dippers out there. Yeah, I think that committing and it's not as hard to commit now because it's here, it's happening. This, all of you are testament to that. A couple of years ago, 3 years ago, there was a lot of toe dipping because no one knew if it was going to be here or if this was just a fad or if when COVID ended, that would end. But we realize now that this is here to stay, and it's powerful. It doesn't people don't let go of this. It infects them. They love it. They're addicted to it. They want more information about it. They want to get better at playing. They want to buy more gear. They have this passion, and that's what we see as the kitchen. We're a social media company that has expanded out beyond that now. Um, but we see it every day. We're just growing like crazy, and as the sport is as well. And it's companies like yours that are investing in it and bringing it to new audiences and attracting the ones that are already in it to bring it to your core business. So it just doesn't feel like a gamble anymore at all. It feels like something you kind of have to be doing, or you're going to be left by the wayside.
You have to be doing it. That's why you're here.
That's the
I love
quote.
it.
That's the quote.
That's your quote. Pull that quote from Jason. So, Jason, I think a lot of people are interested in the community that you have built. Give us the background on, hey, speaking of going all in, where did the kitchen come from? Everyone who hasn't seen your logo with pickleballs flying out of a sink and everything else, how did that come to be? And then how has that evolved from when you started to where we are today? And if you can definitely touch on how you're deciding what you want to sponsor so that people can appreciate the decisions and choices you're making.
Yeah, so I'll take it one step back. I come from an advertising background. I ran Ogilvy and Mather for many years, lived in Asia for 12 years, ran big brands like Motorola, Coca-Cola, Intercontinental Hotel Group. And when COVID hit, I'd left that business and was kind of figuring out what was next. And COVID hit, and everything went haywire. And I started playing a little bit of pickleball. My business partner in this are back there, Dane Iliff and Jared Paul. They had a music startup about concerts. And when COVID hit, that all went away. And I'd been advising them a little bit and realized there's no concerts, but you guys are great at building communities. So keep building communities. And at that time, I started playing pickleball. Jared started playing pickleball. And I said, just, let's keep flexing that muscle. And he started up Pickleball Austin, which he lives in Austin, tiny little group. Who knew where this thing was going? This was a bit of a hobby. And all of a sudden, pickleball just boomed. And there we were, and everyone wanted more information. They wanted community. They wanted to connect, especially in this time of COVID when no one had that outlet, and pickleball was perfect. And it was this really kind of magical time for pickleball. Terrible for everyone else, right? But pickleball really just had this amazing moment. And I think without it, I don't know if it would have exploded like it has. But we've seen that it's much more. And I think you know, for us nerds up here that love pickleball the way we do, it's so much more than just this game where you hit the ball back and forth. I think that that's kind of the senior set. That's where it was when you saw it at kind of adult communities and senior living centers. But now you watch Ben Johns and Anna Lee play, and this is as athletic a sport as there is, and it's going to get better. right? We're going to see more athletes come into this, and it's remarkable. So that gives me the belief that we're just at its infancy, right? You guys are, if you feel like you're late to the game, if anyone here feels like they're late to the game, you're not, right? We're just getting going. Uh, it's gonna just boom. We haven't even scratched the surface on. I know Dave is the voice of pickleball, but really the viewing audience hasn't really taken hold of this yet, right? But the more people that play, the more people are going to want to watch and see how the best players in the world do this. And when we start telling those narratives on the players and the personalities and the rivalries, this thing's gonna be huge. And I can't wait to be along for the ride. And hopefully, we're doing an important part as the kitchen to bring people along and do that.
Yeah, I think, I get asked a lot about how do the best players get to be the best players. And a lot of them have a tennis background, but there are a lot of Sparkies out there, 7, 8 years old, that are playing. And guess what their background's going to be? Pickleball and pickleball only. And that is going to be exciting. So I think your point is great about the fact that, sure, the train, we've thrown some coal in there and the train is going, but that train's got a really long way to go here. So, Elise, we've got big companies involved here. You're from the grassroots. How there's a lot of folks here and watching that are in similar spot as you. They want to get in. They want to pursue that entrepreneurial idea. What were your steps to decide how are you going to invest? What are you going to sponsor? I think that'll be very interesting for people to appreciate the choices and decisions that you made.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So we're entering our third year of business, and so obviously there's an evolution, right? So when you start in your first year, your sponsorships are probably going to look a lot different than your second, third, up to 10 years and whatnot, depending on your growth. So one of the things I had told Dave I wanted to touch on was for those of you that might just be starting out, how you could get creative with your sponsorships if you're not ready to just say, "Hey, here's a check." That's why we say thank you, Holland America, for giving that check so we can give equipment. But, it is interesting. I think some of the most important factors when looking for people to represent your brand, especially at the very beginning in its infancy, is looking at who they are as people, looking at their character beyond their super score, because that's going to take you a lot further. And actually, I had a quick story about one of our players that we sponsor that I'm just, it's such a touching story, but it's exactly who he is, and it's exactly why we wanted him on our team. Just recently, we were actually here in Dallas. It was about 3 weeks ago, and there were 40-mile-an-hour winds, and it was freezing. So how lucky are we right now in this beautiful weather? But we were at a tournament, and it was called Battle of the Paddles, and so it was paddle companies up against each other. And we were there because we were launching our new USA made paddle, which we're super super excited about. 13 months in the making, so I had to mention it here. And all structural components made in the USA. So very very happy about that. And that's why we were at this tournament. So while we were there launching this paddle, and we have our 4 sponsor players, we have more than 4, but we chose 4 sponsor players to come because we wanted to create that sense of community, create that sense of fun, show other sponsor players, hey, these are the kinds of fun things that we do as a Rockney team. We also created some pretty nice merchandise to go along with this paddle release. And one of the things that we did is we made these custom shoes. We thought it'd be really cute, right? We're going to have the Rockney Republic shoes, and all of our players are going to wear them to bum around in, not necessarily compete in. And the tournament's over. It was great. The guys did pretty well. The girls won the Sportsmanship Award, which right there, that tells me we're choosing the right people because we truly care about how our players are on the court with their own teammates and their opponents. It's actually more important to me than your duper score. And anyway, we're leaving and we're taking the shuttle back. And one of our players is there. His name is Jeff LeConte. He's a high level player. He is director of racket sports up in at his country club in upstate New York, and just an all around stand up guy. And he's wearing the shoes. And a man comes up to him and says, "Those are really cool shoes." And Jeff, instead of just saying, "Hey, thanks, man," decides to tell him why he's wearing them, explain to the man all about our brand, which, as a business owner, that's all you want in someone, right? Is to care so much that they're going to now share your brand and share the passion of your brand with a complete stranger. tells him about them, why he's wearing them, what we've been up to. The man says, wow, I think I'd like to try this brand right there. Another check mark. Jeff says, you really like the shoes, huh? The guy said, yeah, I do like them. Takes them off his feet and hands them to him. Gave him the shoes. Don't worry, he had others. He had others. He wasn't walking around the airport barefoot. But it was like that moment to me. Like Jeff told me the story later, and I was like, "Wow, man, you're a one percenter. Like nobody does stuff like that, and like we have you on our team." So that's when I knew, okay, we're choosing the right type of people. These are the people that you want to wear your name on the shirt. This is the person that you want talking about your brand to their students, to their communities when they go play, even their opponents, right? When you're playing against them. And it was interesting because I thought that's where the story would end, but it didn't because the man who got the shoes was so blown away by this that he emailed us. And it was this trickle down effect of all of these wonderful things that happened. And it really made me stop and pause and think, what are the attributes for us that are so important that someone is going to represent our brand, especially when you're a brand new brand? And it is things like, what are you giving back to the community? What is your energy both on and off of the court? Are you a generally good human? Do you have something in your life outside of pickleball that you truly believe in that's doing good for the community? These are things we think about because we get emails every single day from players saying, hey, this is my rating. I'm in this tournament. Will you send me paddles? Who are you? you know, are you nice? So I think there is a time and a place where money is going to speak, but as you're growing, find these people who have this passion, who are great people that are going to stick with you, and find the people who fell in love with your brand first and then come to you. And I think that's another big thing. Jeff played with our paddles. He enjoyed our brand. He then reached out to us and it's worked out really nicely. So those are some of the tips I think I would say when starting out. And there's a lot of resources out there right now too for us as far as finding players on social media. You can find out a lot about somebody that way, quick Google searches as well. But do your due diligence for sure.
Love that story. And I think the players are starting to learn this because players want the opportunity to get paid. But we as a collective need to find the players that want to be ambassadors because talking about the brand during a commercial shoot, you're telling me to do that. Doing it on the shuttle is a whole nother thing. So I heard two things. I heard number one, finding that and the with. You use the term with. Who's with me, not just who's collecting a check. And then secondly, the idea of the creativity. I think we can't have enough of it to differentiate ourselves across the board here. You made crazy shoes and look what it got. Now I don't know what was, on the whiteboard that day, but you chose crazy shoes, and now crazy shoes are in front of this entire room. So I think that's great. So thank you for those examples. So Molly, people are doing pickleball like it's non-negotiable if you don't have pickleball as part of your vacation. It's non-negotiable. How are you finding these people? How are you getting after it? And then secondly, how important is it for you to have programming to get others involved so that you can get repeat customers coming back because they had such a good experience? And pickleball, as Jason said, they're addicted to it, so it's got to be in there.
Yeah, that's a really good question. We, besides in all of our marketing communications, we do a ton of direct mail and email, and we have social media that we're always creating content with, like really, uh, particular pickleball content. But we have other sponsorships that I also manage, like with the University of Washington, Oregon State University. We do an Alaska cruise and travel show. So at all of these venues that we have the opportunity to do activations. And so one of the things that we've learned is that people, I mean, they love pickleball and it's a craze. And so we have this pickle pong activation now, which is like a ping pong table, but played with the pickleball. And and we're also doing like consumer sweepstakes, giving away cruises where people can, play pickleball on board. So we really like are trying to cement our pillar in the ground as, uh, pickleball is everywhere and it is part of your life and on your vacation. And so you can enjoy it on board just as much as you're enjoying it in your backyard or in an arena or anything like that. We've also hired a sports director for each of our ships. We have 11 ships. And so this sports director is the one who is organizing pickup games and tournaments and beginner lessons. I actually learned how to play pickleball on a cruise, which is kind of crazy. But it sparks people's interest. And, it's just one of the many things that you can do, and it's active and you're getting out there. So we are just trying to, enthuse pickleball in everything that we do and have fun with it through different sweepstakes and lead generations. We like to just build out partnerships where we can give pickleball the visibility that it deserves, and so that people, when they go on vacation, they know that it's more than just making memories and having great meals and service. You can be active, you can have fun. It's a family thing. So that's how we've kind of been successful on that front.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And I like the idea of the sports director because there are a lot of communities, there are a lot of clubs that have put pickleball courts in, and that is a great foundation. But you've got to have programming and all of that, or all you're going to have is people showing up to play ball. So I commend you for that because that's how you get people involved in it. And then I don't know anyone that's quit pickleball. I don't know a single soul that has ever quit. So these people are going to keep coming back.
I was going to jump in there. I actually, I always say that. And then I met a guy the other day,
I
and
need to know who this cat
I'm
is.
going to
You
tell you,
met the quitter?
I met the guy.
The
There's
quitter.
one guy, I found him.
We're all going to go get them. Every one of you.
Yeah.
We'll get him back.
And here's the funny thing. And we asked him, like, where have you been? You're not playing anymore. And he said, all the signs of addiction were there. And he said, dead serious. He's like, I stopped wanting to work. I was thinking about it all the time. He was like, really, like, he was like kind of zoned out telling me this, like an addict. And I was like, I respect it. All right, fair enough. But that was the one guy. So I actually, I joke all the time, like there might be some rehab centers in your future. Like honestly, if some of these, some of the venues don't work out, we can turn them into, some kind of rehab centers to get people to wean them off. My joke was that I introduced my aunt was addicted to pickleball, and I tried to introduce her to crack to wean her off, and it didn't work.
Okay, we're not going there, everybody.
I actually had a
Just testing
booth at one of the PPA tournaments, and a guy came by and he was like, "Oh my God, you really have pickleball on your ships? My wife is going to kill me because she just wants to get away from it, and now he can enjoy it on board." So that's kind of funny.
And that's the beauty of our sport and all of this. They like we love to say, well, just one more game, just one more game. I mean, that is just ingrained in all of us. We've played for 3.5 hours, and there's always one more game. Jason, how does the kitchen now? You've established yourself for the community. How many people are in the community now? You talked about the benefit of having that community during COVID. Thankfully, we're on the other side of that. What are you doing differently now? What can we learn from what you've done, and where's this going forward?
Yeah, so I mean, now we're close to 1 million people collectively across our channels. We feel like we're putting out hopefully the best content in the game. We're working hard. I mean, it doesn't just happen. You need to curate and aggregate and moderate to be able to give people a great experience. They have an opportunity to come online and see all they want to see about pickleball, and it's growing every day. People are, just they want more and more information, education, entertainment. We're trying to provide that for them. But now we're moving beyond just social media, and we're starting, in 2 weekends, we're having our first large tournament in Texas. We're giving away $25,000 to one winner, best amateur players out there. So that's something we're excited about. Have about 700 people playing in that tournament. We're moving into some retail, trying to find new avenues where we can use, what we've built, and also advertising. I mean, we work with sponsors and brands, and we have 1 million people that want to go on cruises, and we have people that need paddles. And so we're constantly working with brands and sponsors to help promote the game and help build their brands on the back of our audience. And we work really hard to do that. So it's not just the fun, videos you see We're working with brands and trying to help shape their pitch to our audience and create that narrative.
So if people are interested to take that a step further, who has done well on your platform and what hasn't worked quite as well? Because I think that is going to be very helpful for everybody that's here.
I would say toe dipping doesn't work well, right? People that come in that have no, haven't really committed to pickleball, and they come in, they say, let's just try something, and they dip in for a second, and then if it doesn't work right away, they're like, nah, pickleball's not for us. That's never going to work, right? You really need to plant those seeds. You need to establish yourself. And I think that the pickleball community really sniffs out who's authentic and who's not. There's a ton of tennis brands that can easily activate right away and flip the switch, right? We haven't seen Nike do it yet. But sure, they could. It's all set up. But I think the pickleball audience, look at these people out here, right? When you walk down the boulevard, they're hardcore pickleball people. Everyone has their brand on their back. They wear their bag, they have their paddle. They're so passionate about what they wear, what they play with. And so there's an opportunity for all these brands that commit to pickleball and really establish themselves as believing in it and being part of this community. I think that goes a really long way because it's an addiction. I keep coming back to it, but they love it, and you go to bed at night. If most of you, I assume, play, I go to bed every night thinking about pickleball. I'm thinking about it's kind of a sickness in a way, but
I'm
but
sick also, Jason,
yeah,
just to be clear.
but Dave's voice is in my head every night. Uh, and but in the same way, it's super healthy. It's a community, so it's all these really positive things in this kind of addictive phase. I don't know how to explain it, but it's all positives, right? Except for that one guy. But really, when a brand can tap into that, that is a home run because people become customers for life. They become passionate ambassadors. And that's what the brands that I've worked with for years dream about. And here's pickleball, this elixir that makes it all work. So you guys are all in the right place. I really believe that. You have the opportunity to tap into this at the right time. And hopefully you do it well because I think there's a very bright future for everyone.
I agree. So, Elise, as a marketer, everything Jason said is true, but it's true for everyone in this room. So, how do you latch on to not all of the things Jason said? Because if you try to be a little bit to everybody, you're usually nothing. How do you plan? How have you differentiated your brand, your paddles, your vision of where you want to take it? Because I think that specificity is very important.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think that's probably the most important thing right now for a paddle brand as they are multiplying like crazy. I mean, when we got in the game, I think there were, I don't know, 50, 100 paddles. Now there's over 600 registered paddle brands. So it's totally, the landscape is completely different now. So, the thing I learned at QVC was find your differentiating factor. I mean, when I tell you I sold no shortage of 100 mascaras, and I mean, they all do the same thing, right? So what are we going to talk about when we're up there? That's what you have to do with your paddle or with your brand. And so for us, our first differentiating factor with our paddles, of course, was the combination of the technology and the aesthetic, which really wasn't out there when we started. There was one or the other. There was technology, didn't look that great. There was aesthetic, looked pretty cool, wasn't approved for tournament play. We really brought that together. That was the first way we differentiated with paddles. Right now, our big differentiator is that we took a pause from just crazy mass production like we saw everybody else doing and scrambling. And we said, we're going to sit here and we are going to figure out how to make these paddles in the United States. And we are going to make them with actual carbon that is made actually in the United States and actual structural components that are made here. So it's made, manufactured, assembled, shipped, every little bit of it inspected here. And we're going to make that another arm of our company and differentiate in that way. And that's our Rockney Republic line. We have our first paddle out now. It did take 13 months to get that paddle out. It was a total labor of love, but it was worth it, right? Because now we have great paddles that we can create tons of and send to whatever big box we need to. But we also have this really interesting curated collection that not everybody's going to be able to get because we can only make so many and they're of a certain price point. But it does give us that differentiating factor that's really fun to talk about, and also something that we're really proud of course, by giving jobs back to U.S. workers. So that's one way I think that we've differentiated on the paddle side. But then there is this whole aspect of who's on your team, right? So since this is with sponsorship, who's on your team? I think probably the best way that we've differentiated is from day one, because we were more of a grassroots startup. We weren't given just huge venture capitalist money where we could just throw money at every player and be like, okay, everybody's on the team. It wasn't like that for us. It was really curated, like who is on our team and who is going to represent us. And with that, we formed a really nice, close knit, almost, and I kind of hate saying this, I feel like every corporation I ever worked in called it a family. And I was like, but doesn't look like my family. But anyway, we really feel that way. I mean, at this last tournament we were at as a team, we all stayed in an Airbnb together because we wanted to, because we want to be around each other. We actively take an interest in each other's lives. I know about our sponsor players' children. I know when they're succeeding. I know when they're having tough times. It's really more of this deep friendship and family, with the understanding that at the end of the day, anybody who represents you is a business decision and a financial decision. So, you have to be able to kind of balance both worlds there. But I do think that having that differentiating factor with your product, very important. And then simultaneously having a different feeling, maybe a feeling of inclusivity that you don't always get with every brand, right? We're all kind of, our fabric is a little bit different, but that's something that's very important to us.
Love it. And I think going from what you're working on to hearing about what Molly's doing, different guardrails, which is perfectly fine. We're all trying to find where we fit. Molly, I want to go back to something you said. You mentioned colleges and universities. This sport was freaking made to be out there. Throw a 20 by 44 out there in the quad and let the co-eds and everybody just have fun playing it. What have you done at the couple of colleges that you mentioned? And is that something that you're going to try and do more of? Because we're seeing Stanford's putting in courts. There's beautiful things across this country, and that's only going to get bigger and bigger. D1 pickleball will happen, not next week, but it's coming.
Yeah, so we we tried to, we'd love to just give everybody a taste of pickleball, because we feel once you have that taste, then you have it in your system. Once you know that you're not intimidated, that it's an easy game to pick up, to continue, and do it anywhere, basically. It just becomes like second nature. So and we'd like to see more involvement on the community level. I know that a lot of the states and places that we all live, there's a lack of courts, and there's a big, initiative right now is to build up those courts. And spoken to a couple people here that are actually, I mean, it's just who's going to build the biggest, fastest, because there's a demand, right? A huge demand, and there is just not enough places to play. So, from a community level, we plan to get more involved in all of our home ports that we operate out of. That includes like San Diego, Fort Lauderdale, New York, LA, and just really try to empower, and from the guerrilla marketing, just and just like the root of the sport, try to get people involved, try to help out with providing equipment, branded paddles and kits, just empower people to give it a shot, and then also just reinforce the fact that you can play it anywhere in the world, including with your family or on your own with your significant other on our ship. So just try to spread the word and try to empower people to try it, to get to and to reinforce the fact that um, you it's so accessible and it's so easy to do, and a lot of times it's even free. And a lot of our schools in Washington, they teach from an elementary. It's a part of the class gym curriculum, so it's in the roots, at least in our state, and I think that it's becoming more and more so throughout. And that's how we're kind of trying to make a difference and trying to work in that way.
Yeah, and I think as you make decisions like that, you're playing off of what we talked about, which is the authenticity that all the folks on Pickleball Boulevard out here are seeing. They're seeing who's with me, who's beside me. I want to play. Look at what Holland America Line did. They put in courts they're not just writing a check and throwing a commercial on a PPA broadcast. So I think that's very important to touch into the addiction that Jason's been talking about. So Jason, where's this going? Where's sponsorship of this sport going?
Hopefully getting bigger. I mean, I just think there's more people coming, and there's not the space isn't necessarily growing exponentially until we see the ESPNs or CBSs or whoever that broadcaster is that comes in, commits, and does it incredibly well. And I know Pickleball TV just launched this week. That's fantastic. That's a joint venture with the tennis channel. So we're starting to see, right? Once the production gets better, we're going to start seeing that happen. Social media is blown up. I mean, when we got in the game, it was nascent. There was no one out there talking about pickleball. Uh, and we got in at the right time. And I think hopefully we were the right people to really steward that and take it seriously and help educate and entertain. And you know, luckily Jared and Dane back there are like, they're ninjas at social media, and it's not easy, right? Like all these brands that try to get in, it's very tricky. It's hard to do it well. You got to be creating a ton of content that's relevant. You got to be responding and moderating, and it's a whole thing. So
Let me jump in there so that people appreciate what you mean by relevant, because I think a lot of folks are like, I'm just, I got my phone out and I'm walking down Pickleball Boulevard or I'm at the courts. Yawn. So what's relevant? What's
yeah,
getting attention, and how can sponsors tie into that even
absolutely.
more importantly?
Yeah, so I'll give you an example of the kind of things we do. So we are at almost every event. Dave sees us all the time. The players see us behind, taking videos. So we're always getting content. And I'll use this as an example. Major League Pickleball, at the beginning of this year, we had a clip from Annalie Waters that really went viral, right? It has over 60 million views now. That's kind of unheard of in pickleball, right? That's being seen by new audiences everywhere. The algorithm has taken that and splashed it around the world, and exposed people that never heard of pickleball to this game, which is great because right now we're not getting that kind of reach. And then people come in, they see, what is this game? What is pickleball? They start, seeing that. They come into the kitchen and they start to learn about it. And when I say relevance, it's being witty, meme worthy, uh, education. How do we onboard people? How do we explain to them what this game is and being able to come in at whatever level you're at? If you're a 5-0 player, I want to get better and hear Ben Johns talk about the nuance of the left side player versus the right side player. Or it might be, what's the rules? How do we keep score? So we need to have an onboarding for every level out there. And so we're constantly trying to find those pieces of content, writing them well, and put them together in a way that people can find it and engage with it and hopefully share it. That's the goal.
So how does a sponsor tap into the content?
So yeah, I mean, my email is Jason at kitchenpickle.com.
Here we go.
No, I mean we have opportunities all across the way, right? We have things like kitchen conversations where we have long, in-depth conversations with players and key influencers. Connor Pardo, who's here, we've had him on 3 times, and we talk about whatever's happening, at that moment. We have shorter form stuff, morning minutes, which are tips from pros talking about education and strategies. We have, you name it across the board. Our Instagram is 350,000 people. We can put brands there and get you in front of an entirely different audience. And I think that we segment out. Our channels are different people in different places. TikTok is very different than Facebook. We have probably a couple 100,000 people on Facebook, which represent the people that are here. It's a little bit older crowd. And I think that when you have a nationals, it skews a little older than last week with MLP, which felt a little younger. And so, across the board, we know where these people are. And depending on who your audience is, whatever you're sponsoring and your product might be, we can slot you into those places to be most effective.
So I'll give each of you last call here. Molly, where are you going with Pickle here, and what's next? What's coming down the beautiful oceans that you're.
Love the sea.
Yes.
For us, I really appreciate being with and meeting other sponsors. I think there's a lot there where we could do collaborations. Like for example, we've had some discussions with Best Day Brewing. Do we build a pickleball court on our private island? Do we do something that is
Oh, wait a
um,
minute.
Yeah.
Private. Oh, okay.
You have a private
I
island too?
know.
yeah.
I know. That was very rude moderation by me there, but do tell private island.
Oh, it's a beautiful private island in the Bahamas called Half Moon Key. It's about 3 miles wide with baby powder, sand, and blue ocean. And so
Yes.
We've all just RSVP'd, yes.
Yeah.
yeah.
We're all coming
Thank you.
as a group.
Or is it a stunt? Like, do we have a pickleball court on a glacier in Antarctica? Really trying to like create buzz around the sport and the affiliation. And then, we have these. We've done $1 million investment, capital investment on all of our ships to make sure that our courts are top, that our equipment is really good. So we'd love to host some pickleball pros on our ships and maybe even a tournament. And I just think that the world is our oyster right now. We're always open to collaborations and thinking outside of the box. It's fun because it's for me, pickleball is it's almost like a startup, and we're just at the beginning, right? And now we're seeing it explode, and there's not a lot of rules and regulations surrounding it, so it's really anything can happen, and you just have to use your imagination um, to bring it to life in fabulous ways.
Yeah, and I love this idea of collaborating. I think, when I was leading the brands, I talked about Dr. Pepper and Pizza Hut. You're looking for who's the right partner, who do I want my brand to be next to? And we haven't seen a lot of that in pickleball outside of the endemic. The outside, like you guys, I think is a huge opportunity for everybody that represents brands and has similar consumers that can say, hey, how do we get yours and mine? And that is, the 1+1 = 1,000 when we start doing that. And then to Jason's point earlier, different brands, bigger brands, putting the sport in a different spot. That's big. Jason, last call for you.
I think, as Dave just mentioned, partnerships and co-brands and things like that. I think it's wide open. This is a nice space right now, right? It might get a little bit more cutthroat as everyone's building out their brands and their spaces. But right now, it's a kind of magical time. It's a lot like it is on the courts out there. People are willing to work with anybody. They're happy to tell you to come on in and play. And it feels a little bit like I always equate it to pick up basketball. You can show up at a court anytime. That's kind of how it is in pickleball. You can show up right now if you're authentic, if you mean it, if you're willing to invest and work hard. Everyone will embrace you and work with you and say, come on in and let's play. So I think, take advantage of that right now because the door's not going to be open forever. At some point, it does get crowded, and this is the time. So you guys are all in the right place, and if we can help at the kitchen, come and talk to me. Always open for those conversations.
And we're having those meetings on the private island, just to be clear.
100%. 100%.
Yes.
I mean, if I'm going to talk about how important it is to collaborate, let's freaking do it here, right?
Also, I wanted to see what kind of person Dave was. Dave, I like those shoes.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the way it goes. All right, Elise. I'm not taking.
Now we know.
I'm not taking that.
1%er.
Elise.
Well, all of
Oh,
okay. Well, I'm bringing the palm paddle to the island because we created a palm paddle for Saks Fifth Avenue, so we'll bring that to the island.
Love it.
I think I'm right on board with the collaborations. We love to collaborate. We love like-minded people. We love, I love high energy, and we find that when we collaborate with people, it ends up being a really lovely relationship that usually goes beyond the collaboration. So I know that we have a lot of that in our future. Of course, as I mentioned before, we're really filling out our product line right now, which we're excited about. But on a side that's a little bit more soulful, I think, than business and numbers sense, is we are really starting a strong philanthropic front as of this coming year. So we really sat down in the last couple months and thought about 3 pillars that are really important to us this year. And our philanthropy aspect is going to be much bigger coming in the future. So right now, we kind of dabble with little philanthropies, but I think we're going to get pretty serious about it. So that's, I think, what I'm most looking forward to this year.
ladies and gentlemen, Molly Brown, Jason Apps, Elise Ivy. Thank you guys so much. That was an awesome start to the day. You may put your mics on your chair and head to your right. Thank you very much, you guys. That was awesome start to the day right there. All right. Folks, this train just keeps rolling. How'd we do there? You feeling good about that? That was excellent. Great job by those three. We're gonna get a photo, and then I'll bring up our next three. Molly, we're gonna do a quick photo. Oh, I'll get in here. Here we go. All right. Panel number 2, we have the dude that is in charge of all of this place. He has got an incredible background. I'm thrilled that he put the time together. The CEO of Invited, here comes David Pillsbury. Next up, we have the co-founder and general partner at Good Alpha Industries, and he is also the owner of the LA Mat Drops Major League Pickleball team. Put your hands together for Zubin Mehta. And finally, a strategic advisor to Major League Pickleball and a massive background in tennis. Go nuts for Ann Wooster coming up here. So what a squad I've got to my right here. This is fantastic. So may I call you Pills? I know you love. I know that's your moniker there. Did you ever dream you'd have a pickleball boulevard going down the street at one of your clubs? It's unbelievable out there.
No, I'm not. I'm not that creative. I mean, our team pulled this together with Tom Dundon, his team. It's been a passion project for all of us. I mean, to be honest with you, I really didn't even know what pickleball was 3 years ago. I mean, really, it was kind of this sleepy little sport that just kind of was like an awakening giant. That's what it's been for us. It's been really an amazing journey. We'll tell you more about it, I'm sure, as we walk through this panel today.
Yeah, and I think the differentiator that pickleball has become, as we talked about on the cruise ship. So I'll stay there for a minute with you. How has pickleball started to drive membership, and what have you done to grab onto that? We talked about in the first panel, having courts is a critical part of the growth of this sport. You've got that opportunity.
Well, we're in the business of. By the way, I want to just shout out. Is Fernando back there? Where's Fernando? Thanks to our incredible food and beverage team here, the banquet team. Big round of applause. Thank you, guys. Amazing.
Yes. French toast shooters.
Yeah,
I mean,
how
come
about
on.
that, right? Creative execution. You guys have brought out the best in us. Well, we're in the business actually of building relationships and enriching lives. That's actually what we sell at a club. And it's golf is just a platform, tennis is a platform, fitness is a platform, food is a platform, so is pickleball. And what better a place to build relationships with people you care about and provide life enrichment? Pickleball does that. And so we call pickleball another micro community. These are all micro communities that we curate and we facilitate. And pickleball happens to be an amazing micro community that is relatively easy for us to plug into because we have all this infrastructure. So we don't have to build a restaurant. We have one. We don't have to build a bar. We have one. All we have to do is build pickleball courts and then provide the team like Ben and David, our pickleball and tennis directors here at the club, to create the programming to bring it all to life. And so what we did is we provided the capital here, but it's the human spirit that Ben and David provide that really brings the magic to life. So we now have a pickleball membership that is pickleball exclusive, and we have racket, which includes tennis. And there are over 200 dedicated pickleball members right here at Brookhaven Golf and Racket Club. Racket part's new because of this amazing facility that we've provided back here in the back for the tournament. So we're very excited about this at all of our clubs. We have 440 pickleball courts across the country now, 1,300 pickleball and tennis courts. We're the largest footprint in the U.S. So we're really, really excited about our future. And we're just getting started. So we're really excited about the future with Invited and Pickleball.
Yeah, that's an amazing and you're just scratching the surface. I mean, that's what's so exciting and why we're all so excited here. So Zubin, you have jumped in a couple places with pickleball in a big way. You have choices that you can invest your money in. Why pickle and why? We'll start with why did you get into Major League Pickleball?
Sure. So, just by way of background, I run an investment firm called Good Alpha. We focus. Is it on? Is that better? Sorry. So just by way of background, I co-run an investment firm called Good Alpha. We focus in kind of three categories: consumer products, consumer technology, and then what we define as consumer experience, which is broad-based sort of sports entertainment and restaurants hospitality. In that category, I've me and my partners actually have been tennis players and golfers our whole life. And a handful of years ago, I just started hearing a lot about pickleball and never played it. Actually went and took a lesson, like most of the people probably in this room, got addicted pretty quickly, and then realized there was sort of an investment opportunity. When we broadly look at categories that we want to invest in, we focus on sort of the macros first. I think most people know the statistics here, but there was roughly 10 million players that play actively. There was 46 million people that played in the last 12 months. And so when you see that kind of growth, there's just an extraordinary sort of number of ways that you can participate in it. So we were looking at the broad-based category generally. Through a little bit of luck, we ended up buying one of the first teams at Major League Pickleball. We own the Los Angeles Mad Drops, and that was kind of our first play in the professional space. And then more broadly, we're now investing in a handful of entertainment concepts. We're looking at some equipment and apparel things, and the goal is to play both professional pickleball and at the grassroots level where there's a lot of growth. So that's kind of how we got into it.
I'm going to come back to you on the entertainment because I love it, but I want to get Ann going here too. So Ann, we're all excited about pickleball. We're thrilled that this is going to be the biggest event in pickleball history. You've been part of tennis a long time. How do we make sure we don't screw this up? What can we learn from tennis?
A lot. I think we can learn a lot from tennis's successes and tennis's failures, but also bearing in mind that pickleball is a different brand, a different sport, a different audience. Pickleball is sort of everything that the consumer wants and needs. It's social, it's fun, it's all for all ages, all genders, all income levels, all athletic abilities. It's so egalitarian. That's what I love about pickleball, and I think that's probably what we all love about pickleball, right? Um, I think the one thing that we can learn from tennis is to be unified. The competition is not within pickleball, y'all. The competition is external, other sports, other entertainment, other vehicles and avenues for the consumer's time, the consumer's dollars, the sponsor dollar, the viewer attention. So I'm very proud that MLP, Major League Pickleball, and PPA are merging and coming together to bring together the premier tour week in, week out, and this very unique co-ed team format founded by Steve Kuhn back in 2021. We have 24 teams. It's a co-ed team format. I love the fact that it's equal prize money, equal playing time for men and women. That is very important to MLP and our one of our very important core values. So I I I just encourage everyone to unify and to come together and to remember that if this is an emerging sport that is like a rocket ship, and the more we can work together to grow the sport instead of being divisive and cannibalizing each other. I think that's really the number one thing to learn from tennis. There's an amazing statistic if you look at all the sports in the whole wide world: NFL, NBA, NHL, European football, Formula One. Tennis is second to last in revenues. Second to last in revenues. And tennis has this rich history, and it's the most global sport, and it's co-ed. But it's because tennis has 7 governing bodies, and it cannibalizes itself. And within that 2% or that very, very low percentage of revenues, the 4 Grand Slams are like 85% of the 2%. So let's learn from that. Let's unify. Let's come together. Let's grow the sport together. That's probably the headline.
Yeah, it's a big headline and one that I'm happy to be here
Okay.
with. So, Hills, we got all of this going around. You got the clubs. How do you get the message of pickleball out into the community? Because I think people aren't sure. They see the golf courses. You don't exactly see a pickleball court when you're going by. What is your team doing today to build on everything that we've talked about here so far?
It's one of the reasons why we're so excited to host the event and host additional MLP, PPA events at our other clubs across the country. It's just about visibility primarily through social media, so that people in the community understand that there is a place they can go play. Because what people want is they want to know they can get court time, and they want to know they can compete with people at the same duper level. And if they can do that in an environment that is safe and comfortable with other people that share that passion, which is what a club does, it's the perfect setting, right? And you get all the amenities with it. So that's the message that we have to, sort of permeate throughout our communities. And, we had walk-in members yesterday because of this tournament. Walk in here and buy a membership because they didn't know we had pickleball here, right? And keep in mind, I mean, we built this in 4 months. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, this summer, basically. And so, our goal is for this to be the center of the universe for pickleball. And Tom, not surprisingly, has some big ideas about how we're going to do that together, which we'll be excited to share with you as things evolve post this week. But this is just going to get bigger and better, and with it will come more awareness that private clubs are a great place to play pickleball. There's also lots of other great places to play pickleball, good public access facilities, and we're a little niche, right, for pickleball players that can afford to get a private club membership, which gives them essentially guaranteed access and court time, which is so important to our members.
Yeah, I think that guarantee is interesting because when I started playing, I played on the tile floor at the Salvation Army in McKinney, Texas here. And we played until 1 in the morning on tile floor. There was this much room between the nets. It was crazy. And we freaking loved it. Now this has evolved. People love going to play at parks, but they also are wanting that word that you use, guaranteed court time. And that is something that all of you that have facilities and are watching need to really figure out how you monetize that, because whether you've got a club like David here or you're a Parks and Rec person, the players want to know that they can play with their people. We love just showing up and playing. That's part of it. But figuring out the best way and the easiest way to give access to that, I think, is a huge thing that will continue to evolve here. So, Zubin, I, I can't even believe this is a thing, and I can't wait to hear more about it because I want to go. He's got Camp Pickle. I'm in. What do I got to do? Tell us more.
So we've been looking at like venues in general and how to invest and play in the space. I think it's no secret that with the growth of the game, not only where it is today and where it's going in the future, there's just not enough courts in almost every state. So you see, country clubs, municipalities, parks, warehouse conversions, mall conversions, everyone's sort of going after it with different approaches. And we've looked at a handful of different opportunities. One of the things, coming back to some of the things I said earlier, is we're thinking about macro trends. And so there's a macro trend, obviously, around pickleball growth. And then there's a macro trend around this idea of entertainment, which is sort of, Top Golf, Drive Shack, places where younger consumers go out, not for dinner like maybe I would have gone out 20 years ago, but they go out for experiences. So we are the lead investor in a concept called Camp Pickle, which is a 1940s nostalgic Adirondack feel camp where you have a combination of pickleball, shuffleboard, darts, really high quality food and beverage. We are opening up our first units in Denver and Raleigh, and then opening up another 8 to 10 over the next couple of years. But it's built around this lifestyle concept where people can go do pickleball, they can do other things, they can eat and drink and really enjoy themselves. And I think there's a big opportunity about it. The leader in the space right now is a company called Chicken and Pickle, which I'm sure a handful of you've been to. So similar concept with a different sort of lifestyle branding concept.
So I think people like to understand. Okay, yes, as you mentioned, Chicken and Pickle started this. There's several here in the DFW area now. where did the camp come from? Where did 1940s come? I think people want to understand because, as we talked about in the first panel, how you differentiate what you have is so important, and there's so many demands on the time and investment of the consumer. What got you there?
So from a brand perspective, we partner with a guy named Robert Thompson, who's been in the entertainment and restaurant space for about 30 years. He started a concept called Punch Bowl Social, which was one of the original leaders in entertainment. Everything he focuses on is all about brand, lifestyle, and high quality food and beverage. In terms of the camp feel, the idea is that the pickleball demographic's very broad. You'll have 60-year-olds, you'll have 20-year-olds, and you'll have 8-year-olds playing. So when you have a camp feel for the younger consumer, it's going to have some element of hipster, kitschy, cool. For the older consumer, it's going to have a nostalgic sort of camp feel. So that's the idea. So what we're basically creating is these large lodge concepts where you'll have food and beverage, duck pin, bowling, darts, shuffleboard. You'll have outdoor courts, and I think the aesthetic is really neat. And ultimately, you want people not to just come for the activities, but for the look, the feel, the food, beverage, and the enjoyment. So that's kind of what drove it.
Can't wait to go. So let us know because I'm in. I want to be a camper. So, Ann, you talked about unification, and we couldn't agree with you more there and the benefits of that going forward. There's other things tennis has done well. Let's talk about some of those things that can be near term and longer term things on the horizon as it relates to pickleball.
Yes, absolutely. One of the things that tennis and other sports have done is to really build and prioritize tentpole events. Tentpole events to create brands, which ultimately create stars. You think about the U.S. Open in tennis, the U.S. Open in golf, Wimbledon, the Masters in golf, the Kentucky Derby. It doesn't even matter like who's playing it. Those are social events. They're places that people want to be seen. And from those events emerged stars. I'll never forget in 2021, a little known qualifier, a British player ranked like 90 in the world, Emma Raducanu, won the U.S. Open. Won the U.S. Open, out of nowhere. Great Cinderella story. And she hasn't really done that much since. But guess what? Tiffany, Mercedes, Rolex, all these brands wanted to be affiliated with a U.S. Open champion. And she is worth something like $100 million today. So I think what we can learn from tennis and other sports is to really focus on tentpole events to create brands, which then create stars. We have fantastic players in pickleball today, but in a year, I think Jason mentioned this, we're going to have a whole new crop of stars. And in 2 years, they're going to come from other sports. They're going to come from grassroots pickleball events. And so, really building these tentpole events will help us to build the sport. Because, of course, we want those 50 million grassroots players to be watching our broadcast and buying our sponsors' products and following us on social media and buying tickets to pro events. So, we really need to build this whole ecosystem. And based on this tentpole event, the importance, I love seeing what PPA has done here and invited at the nationals. I had no idea that it was going to be such a festival, and I love the fact that it is bringing new fans and new players to pickleball. That's exactly what we need to do more of.
So, David, touching on that, the idea of you need different players to play a role in building these tent poles. Where do you see yourself fitting into this? Because this is a necessity for our sport to become like, oh, I'm not missing nationals.
Well, look, I mean, we're not probably smart enough to do this ourselves, so we hooked our wagon to the right horse, which was PPA and Tom and the entire PPA team. Um, we we believed in Tom's vision that this would be the temple event. I mean, we want this to be mecca for pickleball players all over the country. So every pickleball player that watches this weekend should aspire to be back here for this event next year. So this becomes, the U.S. Open of pickleball. And we think what better place? It's at the center of the country. The weather's amazing. It's the perfect venue. And so we just all doubled down we thought, let's do it now. And it was really Tom's vision that inspired us to say, okay, well, we're going to have to go spend $5.5 million, which, by the way, we didn't have. It wasn't like laying around. We basically had to come up with it by scraping the money together across our entire platform to get this work done to get ready for this event. We agreed to do the event before we did the renovation, and which was crazy, by the way. But Tom's very persuasive, and so we did it. And I'm grateful that Tom had the vision. I'm glad we did it. Now we're here, and we're really, really proud of this. And this is just the beginning. This is year one. I mean, look at this, and it's year one. Now think about what this will be like 5 years from now. It's going to be off the charts, and there'll be people in line to get to this event, and they won't be able to get in because it'll fill up so fast.
Yeah, and I think that's the the challenge for all of us. We're not a patient group, but we need to be a patient group because we want to be year 20 right now, and we just aren't quite getting. I mean, this is so awesome. So let's build on the foundations that we're building here, and you're being a part of this has been tremendous. So it's awesome to see. Zubin, you jumped into Major League Pickleball also. The teams, the ownership, we've heard a lot about all these celebrities out there. Now that the formation is coming next year and there is the synergy that Ann talked about, how does that play a role in everything that we're talking about here so that the greater good of the sport as a whole gets throttled forward?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is meant to just drive incremental awareness. So I think even over the last couple of years, certainly on the Major League Pickleball side, we have a handful of celebrities, athletes, actors, actresses that are involved. And at every point that we had a new team come in and made announcements, there was just incremental awareness around the sport. And I think, I would like to think that some of that drove more people trying it. And so, I have so many friends that have basically said, "Hey, I've always heard about pickleball. I've wanted to play it. And then I saw this article that LeBron James bought a team and I'm going to go try the game. And once they try it, like anything else, people get addicted." So I think a lot of that is with PPA and MLP coming together. We've got a platform with all of the best players in the world. We can take that across the country to 30 different locations next year, showcase how great these players are, how great this game is. And then the beauty of this sport is, unlike other tournaments, you will have a professional tournament and you'll have an amateur tournament next to it. And the idea that you as an amateur can play next to your heroes is unlike anything else. I give the example, I brought my 11-year-old son to the MLP event this week. He comes to the event, he watches the pros play, and then he plays for 8 hours alongside them. He was actually playing with two kids of some pros who are homeschooled. And by the end of the weekend, he had to go home to school. And he said, "Dad, can I get homeschooled? I only want to play pickleball." So you have those kind of circumstances, which are really funny, but it's really unique about the format and the construct of the organization that we have.
That may be the greatest sentence ever. I want to be homeschooled, so I want to be homeschooled so I can play pickleball.
It was not particularly pleasing for me or my wife. I don't think we can homeschool them.
That is amazing. And you've seen tennis and pickleball from a very unique position. What have you seen from the involvement of the celebrity side of this that has enabled us to get opportunities of the sport that weren't there before?
Yeah, one of my multiple roles at Major League Pickleball is working with owners and investors. And Zubin's being very modest. He led two of our expansion rounds, and I got to be his sidekick and learn a ton from him. And we really went into last year's expansion round with the priority of looking for strategic partners and ownership groups that could help us with sponsorship and entertainment and branding and media. Um, but Zubin was particularly instrumental in knowing that this celebrity fairy dust would help. And so, when we announced LeBron's group, they brought all those things to us plus LeBron's name. And I think we got something like 4 billion views from that announcement. So that raises the profile of not just Major League Pickleball, but pro pickleball and amateur pickleball. And I'm a huge believer in a rising tide raises all ships. And if so, I really do agree with Zubin that when we add LeBron and Kevin Durant and Tom Brady and we have Brene Brown and so many other celebrities as part of strategic ownership groups that bring great business skills to Major League Pickleball, it helps the whole ecosystem. And um, you know, a rising tide raises all ships. So I do think that the celebrities help. Sometimes it's very high maintenance to work with them because I also have the pleasure of doing that. But like when Drew Brees, who was one of the owners of the Mad Drops, leans in and creates content for us, does media interviews. We partnered with him for his NOLA Fest in New Orleans, which gave back tremendously to community. Great things can happen.
Yeah, David. So you mentioned how important social media has been. What are the meetings you're in to be able to say, hey, men and women of my team, we have the courts, we have this expansion, what's working and what isn't, and what can everybody learn from the wins and losses that you've had?
Well, I don't do much except sit on the panel. Jonathan Freilich, our national director's back here, and we've got an amazing team. And he really kind of led the charge for us in the partnership with PPA, hosting more events like this across the country. And we'll do more than we do today. I think we host 4 today, and we're looking forward to doing many, many more because we've got the infrastructure to do it. But Jonathan works with our local teams. Our local teams work with our marketing department. And then we work with Tom's group at PPA. And we both are pushing out content constantly. And it's just incredible. I'm not very good at social media, but everybody tells me how great it is. So I'm like, well, congratulations to our team. So I don't have much to do with that part, but it's excellent. And I'm shocked at the amount of exposure we're able to generate. I mean, people are really interested in what's happening here, and so they follow it. And it's almost like we can't push out enough content. To be honest with you, it all gets consumed very, very quickly.
Yeah, and I think Zubin, as everyone here looks at, there's all this content out there. There's a lot of people that want to invest. How do you keep your eye on the prize? And what would you tell people out here that want to get involved in pickleball to be able to find the right things? Because there's a lot of stuff out there, and you can get lost in the wash of that as well.
Yeah, I think look, the category is so broad. You can invest in amateur, you can invest in pro, you can invest in apparel, you can invest in venues, and then there's all sorts of tangential stuff. We were even talking to some folks at HSS. Obviously we're getting a lot of people active, but there's also a lot of injuries because more people are getting active, and so there's ways to participate in that. So I think it has to be, look at the categories, try to find places that you're passionate about, try to find people that you think are doing great things and sort of get involved with them. But there's an extraordinary amount of places that you can invest broadly in pickleball and take advantage of the growth and really help grow the game at the same time.
So, Ann, obviously from the tennis side, you saw a lot of players get involved. The athletes that we have, obviously the best player in the world, 16 years old, and Annalie Waters on the women's side, and Ben Johns at 24. Building stars is going to be an important part of this. What can we learn from what tennis did to make them household names? They certainly are here. Annalie Waters cannot walk 1 inch on Pickleball Boulevard, and she's taking a picture, and she's an unbelievable ambassador at 16 years old. How do I want her to not be able to walk down the street in not Pickleball Boulevard,
Outside of a
but
pickleball event.
anywhere?
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, Ben Johns and Annalie Waters are household names in our pickleball ecosystem, but you go out of our pickleball ecosystem and they're not. So how do we get there? When I took over the WTA, the players were doing little or nothing to market and promote their own sport. It was like Steffi Graf was the worst culprit. She'd do her post-match press conference and run. And so we knew we had to do a much better job of telling the players' stories off the court. So we created something called the ACES program, which was all about getting the players to be a much bigger part of the marketing and promotion of their sport. They had been handed this legacy from Billie Jean King and Rosie Casals, and they needed to pay it forward. And so we sat down with the biggest culprit, Steffi Graf, actually in Houston during the Virginia Slims of Houston, and explained the strategy and why it was so important to growing the sport and growing the WTA. And I just about fell off my chair when she said, okay, I'm not just going to participate, I'm going to lead it. And she did. And so we created this program where week in and week out, players would have to do 4 things, whether it's an additional content creation, charity visit, sponsor visit, media interview, and top down. And it completely changed the face of women's tennis at a time where we really needed to build the names and build the brands and build rivalries. And so in pickleball, our players right now are really good about doing things off the court. But as the prize money grows, as the sponsorship and endorsement grows, that may change because there's going to be more demands on their time. So I think that we'll probably get to a place where it's part of the rules and regulations that their paycheck is not just for what they do on the court, but off the court. And that if we want to grow this sport, all parts of it, venues, sponsors, tours, leagues, investors, team owners, players need to do their fair share. And I know Michelle Escoval is here to learn, which I love. Shout out to Michelle for being here. I think it's fantastic. Love you too. So I do think that if we can, just like with Steffi Graf, explain the strategy to the players instead of just hammering them with another rule, I think our pickleball players will embrace the strategy.
Yeah, because you are a business as a top player, and I think they're embracing it. They're having teams now. There's more of that going on, and we've seen more coaches on the sideline. So it's an evolving ecosystem here that is something else to see. David, you have a big golf background. What are some things that you maybe have seen in golf that the pickleball world and space and community could learn from?
I think it goes back to what Ann said, is unification. It's really about pulling together. I mean, golf's complicated. I mean, it's just more mature. But I mean, you've got the PGA of America and the PGA Tour, and everybody thinks they're the same. They're not. They're 2 different organizations, and they have their own championships. I mean, the PGA of America has the PGA Championship. They've got the Ryder Cup. PGA Tour has the Players Championship, and then all of the events on the PGA Tour. Then there's the USGA, and then there's Augusta National, and there's the RNA in Europe, and and then there's the European Tour and the Asian Tour, and now there's Live. And look at what's happening in golf right now. It's a very complex landscape, and they're trying to find a new equilibrium. So what I'm excited to see is some of the difficulty of unification is already happening in pickleball. It can't happen fast enough. The sooner pickleball unifies, the faster the sport will mature. And it held golf back for a long time, and it's still holding tennis back, as you've heard today. So I think Ann's right. I think the headline is unification because we're better together than we are apart, right?
Amen.
Amen. Speaking to the choir here. David, what have you seen from the youth coming into your clubs here and playing? A lot of people are like, "Hey, we gotta get the youngsters going here." What are you seeing? What are you doing? And what can people learn from maybe some initiatives you've seen there?
Well, as Zubin said, I think it's pretty amazing what's happening with young people and pickleball. But in our world, it all comes back to programming. And so, you show me a great tennis director like David or a great pickleball director like Ben, and I'll show you great programming. So it's not accidental. It's because they actually are intentional about providing programming to get people exposed to the game and then to teach them properly from the beginning. And it's the same thing in golf, by the way. It all comes down to programming. It looks easy, and when it's happening, you really don't even know it, but it's not. It's very, very intentional. So programming is critical because it removes the randomness, right? It happens randomly, but it happens predictably when there's good programming. And so we focus intensively on programming at every club. So there's activities throughout the week for all different age groups. introductory activities as well as competitive activities for people that are more involved in the game. So in our world, it always comes back to that word. It's all about the programming.
It's all about the programming, folks. And I really, we talked about that all day. You have to take that step, or courts will be either empty or frustrating. And that's the last thing you want for the microsystems and little parts that you talked about. Zubin, how do people learn about companies like yours that are investing in pickleball and want to be, maybe they don't have that end of the capital investment, but they'd like to be a part of a Camp Pickle or other things you're seeing? How do people get involved in somebody who is looking at it from a higher level and get to know someone like you and be a part of what you're seeing into the future?
They can email me at zubin@goodalpha.vc. No, in all seriousness, I think the space, as big as it is and as much as it's growing, it's a small space. Everyone sort of knows everyone. Everyone works together. It's highly collaborative. I think Jason was talking earlier about sort of community. It's very much a tight knit community, and so it's welcoming in a way where, when you go to a court and you play, everyone welcomes you and you're immediately part of that community. So I think if you're passionate about it and you want to get involved, whether it's in apparel or equipment or venues or at the pro level or on the marketing side, I just encourage people to reach out to really anyone that's in the space. I mean, all of us are here for business, and we want to make money and make a living, but we all have our view on sort of the greater good and growing the sport and introducing more people to it, whether they're older and younger. And so I feel like, more so than almost any other sport or community I've been involved with or business I've been involved with, this is the most inclusive. So I just encourage people to reach out, and there's always opportunities, and there's an endless stream of growth coming. And it's a place where it doesn't feel like work because it's people that are in it really love it.
Yeah, and what's some tips when someone comes to somebody like you? There's entrepreneurs that have just trying to get into this. There are very seasoned business people. What catches your eye? What can people be thinking about that differentiates them from others that you'd like to work with?
Yeah, I think it's passion. It's really understanding kind of what you're doing and why you want to do it, what the reason is for what you're trying to different do. It's how you're differentiating vis-a-vis the other things that are out there. It's, beyond those ideas, it's the underlying business and the economics around, where you're trying to take something and where you're trying to build it. Mostly things like that. At the end of the day, I think a lot of things that we do versus other things all come down to the people. We can see two great businesses, but ultimately we're going to make a decision based on the fact that that person is the right person to run it and take it to the next level.
So, Ann, we've talked a lot about more eyeballs on our sport. How do we get the grassroots level watching the great players on the PPA tour? What did tennis do? Was there something that was able to get? There's all the yeah. There's I played tons of USTA tennis in this very facility. How do we get all these people, whether it's the 10 million active, the 40 plus million that are playing? What have you seen, or what should these folks be thinking about to help get them tighter into the overall ecosystem here?
I think it's everything we've been talking about. It's building tentpole events that become real brands. I think it's the creation of stars. People love stars. It's doing an even better job of building rivalries. Rivalries create excitement, enthusiasm around a sport. It's having our top players meet each other early in the week, not just in the finals. It's having different players make it to the finals. Um, it's having really interesting content. Content is king. There's nothing more important than relevant and interesting and exciting and creative content to build all of our collective social media. And and the right sponsors who care about growing the game, the right venues who care about growing the game. It's it. I cannot emphasize enough that this is a team effort, and it really does take a village to build this sport. And sometimes I'll say to my husband, I can't keep up with this. I signed up for 10 hours a week and I'm lucky if it's a 60-hour a week, work week. And he says, you know what, Anne, you are so lucky. You get to be a part of building something new. This is a moment in time. And that really resonates with me. And I think we're all lucky to be a part of this moment in time, even if we don't have much time to sleep. So
I like that. It's a great moment in time. Yeah, we don't even realize it because we're too busy. So I love that. Pills, what have you said to your squad about, where's this going? How do we not just get caught up? We talked about this as the first year and we're building it, but multiple year plans matter. And how do you get your team to be able to say, all right, in 3 years I want this, in 5 years, what's going on behind the scenes here?
No, it's a great question. So it goes back to the team we've assembled, with Jonathan on point and great people like David and Ben here, who are thinking about what does this look like, 2 years down the road. And for us, it was exciting here for a lot of reasons. I mean, this is where our company started in 1957, right here at Brookhaven Country Club. So what better a place for us to really have kind of the center of our universe in pickleball than Brookhaven. And I know the mayor's here, sitting back in the back with some of his team, from this great city, who has welcomed us with open arms and is excited about the identity this is creating. And so this really, as the center of our universe, all of our other facilities and events will sort of orbit around this. Gives us the energy to kind of propel us forward with this big vision of continuing to build out our platform. We want to be a major player on the amateur side, and we want to be a significant host for the best players in the world. And we think we've got a great platform to do it. So what better place to start than right here where Bob Dedman started Club Corp, Now Invited, 65 years ago. So we're really excited about what's happening here. And again, I said this earlier, but we were Brookhaven Golf Club. We are Brookhaven Golf and Racket Club now. So we actually have changed the name of the club to reflect our commitment to pickleball and tennis, but racket sports here, and as the center of our universe. And we look forward to 3 years from now. I think our platform will be quadruple the size it is today.
So there's a lot of people here. We have 49 states of the 50 people playing in this event. Over 3,500 players. There's going to be 80 courts out here. It's the biggest event ever, and we're all saying this is just the beginning here, which is amazing. How do folks from across the country, you have clubs obviously all over the country as well, how do they get involved in what you're doing? They might have a great idea. They might be able to add to that programming. How do we connect people to you and your clubs?
I mean, the people at our clubs, the connection is through the director of tennis, racket, and pickleball. They're really the nucleus, and they're the mouthpiece. So they then communicate to our management team, which is led by Matt here, the amazing leader, and that gets then pushed out through the organization, through Jonathan and through the rest of our racket sports facilities. So we have a lot of two-way communication, sort of up and down. And I think it's working pretty well. Can always be better, but we listen to our members and we try to be responsive. It's expensive from a capital standpoint to deploy all of this, so you can only go so fast because there's only so much money to go around every year. But we've moved pretty quickly, and we've reprioritized capital to make that happen because the demand is there. So we have to be responsive to the demand. And I think for the most part, our members are really happy with the progress we've made.
All right. And last call for you. Where do you see this sport going, and what should these folks be thinking about as they try to find their part in the business of pickleball here?
I think I've had like every person I've ever worked with in 38 years of tennis reach out to me to sell me something, to ask for a job, to, want to be a sponsor. And I apologize to everyone I haven't had time to get back to, but it's because MLP keeps me so busy. Yeah, I think everything that both Zubin and Pills have said is spot on. Um, there's so many different opportunities to grow the game. I mean, I walk down the street in Nashville, Tennessee, where I live with my Major League Pickleball sweatshirt on, and people stop me and say, "Pickleball? I play pickleball. Let me tell you about my game yesterday. I played with my neighbor, I played with my grandmother, I played with my grandchild." It's just like Insta friends, right? And I've only been here for 2 short years. And when I first came to pickleball, I thought, what am I going to be able to do with pickleball after 38 years in pro tennis? How am I going to be able to contribute? And whether it's player relations or owner relations or sponsorship or marketing, communications, event operations, there are so many different ways to jump in, to contribute, to participate. And I predict that this business forum, which I'm so happy we're doing, what a great, great idea. I predict this could be, so much bigger next year and the next year and the next year because the whole ecosystem will continue to grow.
Yeah, back to year one and look at this, and now I know we're going to need a bigger room next year. Zubin, last call.
Yeah, I just want to say, I know we're all thinking about the future and where we're going to be 5 years from now, but what's outstanding is what's happening outside right now. So congrats to, David and Connor and his team to have this be the first event and have it be the caliber that it is, the size that it is, the number of players. It's amazing. And so while I'm excited about the future, I think we should even just enjoy this moment. It's really pretty spectacular.
Yeah, I think that is so well said because we want the big thing. Well, the big thing's out there. All right. I mean, we have an incredible celebrity event that's going to be out there. This place is going to be packed tonight. So I think that's great perspective for all of us to take a deep breath and go, wow, this is pretty darn cool. I'll leave the last word here for you, Mr. Pillsbury.
I just would say the same thing. Big shout out to USA Pickleball. I mean, on the amateur side, the work that they're doing out here is terrific. Again, a big thanks to the PPA and Tom for his big vision. Uh, I was blown away when I came up here and saw it built out. I mean, I knew it was going to be great, but I didn't know it was going to be like this. And so, as Zubin said, I mean, I am so excited for this week. I'm trying to rewire my schedule because I was going to be back in the office on Thursday, and I'm like, I don't want to be in the office. I'm going to be here all week. I don't want to miss any of it because it's going to be so exciting every night. I mean, I heard last night that they were doing a medal ceremony at 1:30 in the morning. I mean, these people are crazy. It's awesome, right? And that's Monday night.
65 to 60.
Yeah, that's 60. I mean, come on. I mean, like I mean, this is being the moment time because this week is going to be magical and it's already happening. This weekend was amazing. The MLP event was amazing. I was here on Saturday. I was blown away. And it's just going to get bigger and better all week. So soak it up, enjoy it. And I think as impressive as it's going to be, keep in mind this is year one.
Yeah, no, well said. And, it's just the work that Connor Pardo started with this vision of pro pickleball and came from Utah. And now the center of the universe is here in Dallas and the team is there. And what that dude has done for the sport is unbelievable. And the hardworking PPA team with USA Pickleball and your staff that put this thing together. I mean, if you love pickleball, you should be darn proud of the work that all those folks did because this is truly that sort of okay, we're doing something big. And again, as we've said, this is year one. So thank you three so much for being here on the panel. Give it up for Ann, Zubin, and Pills. All right, here's how this is going to work, folks. 2 down, but 3 beautiful panels to go. What great stuff here from these guys. You got an hour to eat. I don't know what else they're going to serve that I'm going to have my mind blown on, but it's going to be amazing. So it's back there. So we're going to start. For those of you watching, thank you. We're going to start right back at 12:45 with our next panel. Thanks so much for being here. Yo, everyone, 5-minute warning. 5-minute warning, and we're going to get started. All right, everybody, please take your seats. Please take your seats, and we're going to get started. How we doing so far, folks? Great information from our panelists. All right, we are going to get started with panel Number 3. So let me introduce you to who is coming up here. First up, this dude doesn't need any intro except he is the number 1 men's pickleball player on the entire planet. Give it up for Ben Johns. Next up, I've got the managing director of equipment standards, and he is at USA Pickleball. Carl Schmitz, come on up here, Carl. I've got the coach, the manager, the partner of Catherine Parento, and a wonderful teacher and pickleball player herself, Athena Trujillo, right there. Come on up, Athena. And finally, I've got a guy who gave me the title All Things Pickleball at Pickleball Central. So I'm running with it. John Cowley from Pickleball Central. So we are going to talk about equipment. We're going to talk about where this has been, where it's going. We got a lot of different perspectives here. And Ben, I'll start with you. Ben, your degree, you're a Maryland Terrapin, and your degree. Okay, okay. Anyone else from Maryland want to clap? Here we go. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Uh, your degree kind of sets you up for being able to help with design of paddles. Why don't you tell everybody that off the court, you're you're a pretty smart dude and got that engineering degree. Share how that has sort of informed the paddle choices we've made.
Sure. Yeah. So I studied material science engineering in Maryland, which is a very interesting degree. I definitely enjoyed a lot. Definitely very sciencey,
Yeah,
I
what
guess
does
you could say.
material sciences engineering mean?
I guess a simple way to say it is really any type of engineering that you would do working directly with materials at a more advanced level. Because mostly in engineering, if you're working with materials you've worked with before and it's kind of standard, you wouldn't really need a materials engineer. But anything more specialized, advanced in tech or extreme environments, stuff like that, you would kind of want one. It can be failure analysis. It can be kind of optimizing for degradation over time, just stuff like that. And yeah, like I said, it's super sciencey, and I don't liken it too much to pickleball, but I think it can't hurt. Pickleball, as it regards to kind of equipment development, paddles in particular, I view more as kind of more manufacturing based, because usually you're working with a manufacturer and you're basically limited by the stuff that they can do. You can certainly incorporate ideas from a more advanced engineering perspective and see if they can do that, but sometimes they're just not going to be able to. So you're somewhat limited. So I just call it more manufacturing based. But I'm certainly more excited for a time when we're more able to do more advanced stuff. When I feel like right now it's more expense based, which of course most industries are. But I definitely be excited for when we can incorporate more advanced stuff in the future, and then you can get more engineering based. As for kind of my degree, I guess the physics part of it definitely helps with just kind of how pickleball really works. Paddles, swing, all like really everything. There's physics in everything you do in pickleball, but certainly with equipment. So there's certainly it's a good background to have, and I feel like you can think about things in a little bit of a different way that can be helpful. But yeah, I'm just happy I got that degree, even if I don't really get to use it directly too much.
Well, you're doing okay with without using it, to say the least. Here, we're going to get into the paddle that you designed here in a minute. Athena, you are in control, if you will, of the weapon that Catherine uses. You guys switched over to Selkirk in the end of last year, and what were you looking for in a paddle? We've got a lot of people out here that are trying to understand who owns more than one paddle. Okay, literally almost every every hand is up out here. So, what were you looking for? What did you guys want to design, and how did all that come together?
Yeah, so I think in terms of the actual paddle and its performance, over the last few years, the game has gotten a lot faster than it used to be, right? When Catherine first started playing, it was like, people were hitting thirds just to get to the kitchen line, mostly dinking, and it's just gotten faster and faster every year. And so, one of the most important parts I think about paddles now is to have power. So you are able to kind of hang in those hands battles and attack balls and and be ready. So I think that was a big thing. You want power. And then Catherine plays singles specifically, so the spin's really important too. Obviously, if you have a tennis background like she does, and you have a paddle that allows you to put a decent amount of spin on the ball, um, then it helps a lot in terms of singles. It does help in doubles as well, like her drops, her thirds, but specifically in singles, power and the combination of the spin is the priority. I think in terms of control for her, she's at the level where she can kind of learn to control the paddle. And she's more interested in having as much power and spin as she can.
So I think, John, you're as much of a paddle expert as there is in the country, and you've seen them all. And we have a room full of players at all levels. We have the best dude to my right here. When people come to you and say, "Hey, I want the perfect paddle for me," how do you start answering that question?
Well, you start by asking questions because I can't just look at you and read your aura and give you a paddle recommendation. I'm working on that, but not successfully. Um, it's more about what is your background? What sports have you played? Where is your hand-eye coordination experience leading you towards a paddle? Talk to somebody today, they're a volleyball player. If you're a volleyball player, your hand-eye coordination, you're used to hitting things right at the hand, so you're going to want a paddle that brings your sweet spot closer to your hand. So many people coming from tennis. As you're coming from tennis, you're used to that sweet spot being farther away from your hand. So you're looking elongated. And then we'll talk about what type of materials. One of my favorite questions, especially from somebody who's played a little bit, is what are the mistakes you're making? So we can decide, is it a control issue? Is it a power issue? Where do you need your help? So unless you ask them the right questions, you're not going to be able to provide them the right answers.
That's well said. And I think a lot of that has been guessing, trial and error. My neighbor uses this paddle, so I hit it. Yet there's a lot more that goes into that, and we'll get to that. So, Carl, we've talked about paddles a lot this morning on some of the other panels, obviously, here. That is the focus. I think people would love to understand, how does USA Pickleball certify a paddle? Because that's something for the tournament players that has to be, I think, helping us go behind the curtain here and understanding how that works and how manufacturers earn that right, how the wannabe, how these entrepreneurs want to get in the game. What's the process? We're all wanting to know.
Yeah, so the process for certifying a paddle is pretty straightforward. A manufacturer will send us 6 samples. We've got a independent lab that actually runs a suite of tests. Those tests include dimensioning. There's a gloss meter that we use to make sure it's not too shiny and it reflects too much. The critical tests are surface roughness, coefficient of friction, which is a new test we developed. It's been about 2 years we introduced that because the different coating types were being used on some paddles, so the surface roughness didn't necessarily capture that. We also have a deflection test, which up until recently has served us very well in terms of basically bounding how active the face of the paddle is. Um, and I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit later, but it's those 5 tests that a manufacturer must pass those. We also inspected for the graphics need to be consistent as well. It's got to be a brand name, it's got to be a model name so that an official can look it up, and of course it has to have a seal on it as well.
And what is the process? Does that take a day, 6 months? How does that work?
Yeah, we have a service level agreement with the labs. Their primary customer or customers are DoD contractors, so they're sports engineering. They're sometimes a backseat, if you would. So we've got an SLA of 4 to 6 weeks, but it's typically close to 3 weeks, the turnaround time. And there's an expedite process available if someone has to meet a deadline.
Yeah, because it seems like there's a new paddle every day or every hour sometimes here, Carl. So I'm sure that line is getting longer there. So Ben, last year you sort of rocked the pickleball space. You went to a company that hadn't been involved in pickleball, had a big name in table tennis. Tell us about how that came to be and how you designed both the first paddle that you came out with Yola, and then Perseus, which I love saying on the broadcast because it's just fun. So thank you for having a fun name. And then how that evolved to what you have here in 2023.
Sure. Yeah. So Yola, I mean, I guess most people have probably heard by now that it's originally a table tennis company. It's over 70 years old, originally from Germany. And I played table tennis growing up. And even though I didn't use Yola table tennis paddles, I played against them. I knew of them. Like they're a very big table tennis brand. So I was already aware of them. But I did not know they were getting into pickleball until pretty close to when I signed with them, which was April of 2021. So I probably started talking to them initially like 4 months before that, which is not very long actually. And I got that introduction to a friend. But what was funny is that they were actually their headquarters were based in Rockville, Maryland, which is like 20 minutes from where I grew up, which I was also unaware of. And then I've kind of found that out, and I was like, this is probably worth a conversation. These guys are close. They're a huge company. They definitely know what they're doing with technology and table tennis. And for any of you that know technology and table tennis, it's really advanced and it's really good. And I was always interested in what a table tennis company might be able to do in pickleball because they're clearly so advanced in the sport that they're in table tennis.
I'm going to cut you off again. Sorry, because I am very interested. When you say they're really advanced, what do you mean by that, just so we can appreciate
Sure.
more?
So, what we think of as like ping pong, most of us, is super basic. But table tennis at like a professional level, if you've ever seen people playing like the Olympics, the ball is moving in crazy directions with crazy amounts of spin, and it's just absurd what they can do with the ball. And that is mostly because of one, they're great players, but also you can never do that with like a ping pong paddle that we play with. It's more of a professional paddle. And they're ranging usually from 5 to 7 layers just within that thin paddle or mat, as they like to call it, which we don't even do in pickleball. Like we're looking at like maybe 3 layers. But table tennis is in the 7. They're different materials of layers. They'll be using wood, carbon fiber, and lots of different stuff in between. And then the rubbers are super advanced. You actually change your rubber like once every match, which is a lot, right? To get maximum spin, and the rubbers themselves are really advanced to maximize spin. So that game is like the epitome of how advanced can we make this? How much spin and power can we get out of a paddle? It's like whereas pickleball we're limiting, right? Table tennis, even though there are some regulations, they pretty much made it very free in terms of how much spin and power can we get out of these. So yes, it's very advanced in that respect. So yeah, no, it just kind of worked out well as far as signing with them went. They seemed like great people, and they clearly knew what they were doing as far as manufacturing goes in table tennis, and they were really confident they could do really well in pickleball. I believed in that, and I also believed that they had a huge presence in Asia already with table tennis. So I kind of figured that if we ever get a good presence of pickleball in Asia, which I imagine we will at some point, they'd already have a great foothold there and start really strong there, which I certainly still have a very strong belief in, and I hope we get there. Because that definitely played a role. And then as far as kind of what I was looking for in developing a paddle, they assured me they were able to do that. They made it quickly. It was just easy to notice early on, even their first prototypes, they were headed in a very good direction. And at that time, we were all kind of transitioning from fiberglass face paddles to carbon fiber for more spin-based stuff. And they knew they could do that. They work with carbon fiber a lot in table tennis. So yeah, even from the get-go, I knew they were going to do a good job. They did do a good job with the first one, the Hyperion, and I think they wanted to make a splash with a little bit of a different shape. And I still love that paddle. I think it's a great paddle. But I think the development into the Perseus was it's similar to the Hyperion, a little bit of a different core, and but still the same surface of carbon fiber. But we kind of went back to that more traditional shape because it turned out that's just what I was very used to over time of playing for 5+ years with that more of that shape. And though the rounded I still recommend frequently for tennis players, especially just because of how much time I had put into pickleball, I ended up going back to a little bit more of that shape, which we did put a little more work into than it may look like. It's just looks like rectangular and standard, but we definitely went over kind of the curvature and what those things would mean in that paddle face. And we came out to something that feels really good for me, especially on shots that are at full extension or where I may not be hitting the center of the paddle.
That's working out pretty well. So well done. Tell us how that works. Like, are there 50 prototypes? Are there two? Walk us through. I think people are fascinated by, we see what's on the shelf. How do we get there?
Yeah, so I think you can theorize all you want. You can say we want all of these things, right? But in practice, pickleball is a lot more different. So it's a ton of empirical testing, meaning you get a lot of prototypes, you test stuff, you figure out what feels good, what performs well, and you need time with kind of each prototype. But what I certainly like to do with them and what they do for me is they just isolate variables, okay? Because you don't want a new core with a new surface in a different dimension and just be like, well, this feels good, but I don't know why it feels good. So we'd usually just change one thing at a time from what I was used to, being like, okay, is this part better now? And as you just continue to isolate, you start to find what variables really make sense for you. So we changed the shape first. Okay, when we went from Hyperion to Perseus, I was like, let's not change the surface or the core right now. Let's do shape first. We went through a couple variations of shape, found something that I definitely liked and felt really good, and then we went to different surfaces. Ended up keeping the similar or same surface, and we transitioned to a slightly different core. So when you isolate variables, you can certainly get to slightly different stuff. And we did that with a few more variables that are just lesser known or not as frequently particular. I'm a little more particular. Like we changed the handle shape slightly. The handle length, I believe, is still the same, but there were just little things that we'd also switch. So I just recommend anybody that, even if you're not designing a paddle, if you're trying a paddle, try to isolate stuff as much as you can. That gives you a better idea of kind of what you like and what you can do well with.
Love it. Thank you. Athena, so as you switch over and you're working with Catherine, who's obviously one of the best players in the sport, and being confident and precise are critical to win championships on the PPA tour. What does it take to understand the things that Ben talked about? And how do you, as a coach who don't have the paddle in your hand, but be able to show and tell Catherine, here's what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I think um, a lot of it is like we have to learn to communicate really well. Um, and it seems kind of, corny, but when she's testing out prototypes or figuring out, like when she made the switch at the beginning of the year to Selkirk, at first she really didn't like the paddle. She was like, I can't play with this. And so, most pro players add lead to paddles. And I think a lot of people don't know that it completely changes how a paddle will play. So she played with it stock. And then we kind of have to play around with it. You put lead in certain spots, play with it, and you can't just play a couple points and decide I like it or not. Kind of like Ben said, you do have to give it time for each, I guess, variation of the way that you set the paddle up. Um, and then finally, we were able to figure out like she puts lead on her paddle all the way around, and that gave her the best feeling for that paddle. And it wasn't overnight. It took us like 2-3 weeks to figure out like this is the way that you set up the paddle that makes it feel the best for you. Where she got the right amount of power, and then the right amount of feel. She loves to like defend and that soft touch kind of shots, and then with the spin. So it's a lot of communication, a lot of trying different things, giving yourself time, being patient, and then hoping you find it at the end.
Yeah, I think the amount of tweaking that's going on across the pro players, some are very specific. Some will play it out. You use the term stock, which means literally just right off the shelf. So, John, for the people watching this, for our amateur players here, for those that are wanting to get in the game by either helping market or develop a paddle, what are you telling these people to be able to look for, to be able to really hone in on that specific thing? And how, when they might be in a place where there's only one, how can they try multiple things like these guys were able to?
Well, you come to nationals, and then
Okay, okay, here, done,
yeah,
check.
you're here. There's a demo booth. You can try all the top paddles, um, and it's nice to have tournaments like that where you can go and experience it. Um, Otherwise, what you're looking for is with Pickleball Central, we have a 30-day test drive, which allows people to purchase a paddle, try it out on the courts, which is really where you're going to find out how it works. Ben doesn't go into um, a demo court here, play for 5 minutes, and make a decision. He's doing this over and over again. And for amateurs, they want to do the same thing. How are you playing against the people you normally play with? And how does that paddle feel to you? And give yourself that time to adjust. We know that your body will adjust to where the sweet spot is, but not instantly. It's going to take time. So find either a retailer that's going to give you that opportunity, or find clubs, big tournaments, often the PPA Tour on those stops. We've always got demo paddles for people to try, and that's the best way to do it. Because really, in a short time, you can get a feel for what that paddle's doing for you in a short game, and then narrow down, get the one, go try it out, and then if that's not the right one, then you can change from there. But find a place where you can try a few and see what it feels like.
Practice makes perfect there, and if you just gotta hope, that can be a tough spot for sure. So Carl, all these companies are trying to get the best thing that they can out there. How do you set the limits? How do you work with the manufacturers to get them within what's fair? Ben just talked about the fact that table tennis is pushing for the spin and the pace of play. Where's the line? How involved are the manufacturers? Help us understand that.
For example, this year we'll probably onboard close to 400 new brands, and some of them may be very small company, but we're also seeing some larger brands move into the sport. There's some great announcements coming up in that regard. Um, we do offer a prototyping service, so the process that Ben was talking about, the iterative process of evaluating different configurations and different materials. In some cases, they'll work with us, and we'll send it to our lab, or we'll do it internally as well, and give them feedback on what this new version will do. Of course, the in terms of the certification process itself and the specifications, it's an open book test. So there's no hidden numbers, no gotchas. So they know what they're trying to build to. Um, that said, when there are advances in the sport, like the coatings that I'd mentioned earlier, developing a test like coefficient of friction helped us establish a new threshold that we could manage to. That said, to Catherine's point, power is becoming an increasingly important function of the paddle. So we're evaluating a number of different approaches to essentially bound how much power a paddle can have. So we're looking at different tests that will support a coefficient of restitution metric, looking at exit speed ratios. In fact, this week we're testing out, and this is a field test, of course. We're looking at Doppler radar to be able to evaluate inbound and outbound speed. These guns from Stalker Sports that we're evaluating will also do spin rates as well. And they will broadcast that via Bluetooth to a device, so we may give that or make that available to the on-air talent as well.
I'm all for it. Send it on over. I want to tell how much spin this dude's putting on the ball because it can be significant. John, back to you. You've seen this sport for a long time. The first paddles were made out of wood, literally, dude shaping it up himself. How do you explain to the amateur player fiberglass, carbon fiber? A lot of the manufacturers use these words that are important to the manufacturing process that Ben described, but how do you help them understand what that means to their play and their enjoyment of the game we love?
So we can talk in generalities, and anytime you make a general statement, there are going to be outliers. There are companies that are engineering with their materials in different ways. But uh, when we started, we were talking about two elements, power and control. And almost every paddle that was sent to me was the perfect balance of power and control. Well, yes, that's true for somebody, but everybody's got their own recipe. Lately, as Athena said, um, Ben's talking about with spin, that's a whole nother attribute that people have to consider in which paddle they're going to choose. In general terms, we talk about the shape, the type of material, and they're either adding power or control. And then that last element's going to be, is there a texture of some kind? Is it applied? Is it within the process that it's there that's going to add to spin? You have elongated paddles and you have square paddles. The longer a paddle is, the sweet spot moves up the paddle face. Well, the top of your paddle is the fastest moving part of the paddle. The higher up your paddle that sweet spot is, the faster your sweet spot's going. That's why Catherine loves that shape of paddle because she's got a high sweet spot that adds the power element. When you add carbon fiber, that's something that's absorbing energy. As it absorbs energy, it tends to widen your sweet spot. With fiberglass, you have something that tends to return the energy to the ball. That's what traditionally has been called pop, that pops off the face. Um, Now, it's getting advanced where the cores are playing a bigger part of it, not just whether it's thick or thin, but what type of core is inside. We're even seeing now paddles coming out with a foam core. So that's going to have an element. And then the last is, again, applied texture. Is it a natural texture that's in the manufacturing process? How long is that going to last? And then trial and error is what's going to really tell you which shape, which thickness, which material you want.
Got it. And I think the manufacturers have done a good job of explaining the benefits, have made that happen. They've also tied themselves more frequently to a name like Ben and Catherine and so forth, which I think is interesting. And for the um, folks out here that are looking for that, we talked earlier today about not just putting a name on there, but having a brand ambassador and having someone that speaks. So Ben, when you're out there as a Yola representative with your signature on the paddle, how and what do you feel is your expectation to represent that brand as part of the overall Ben Johns experience?
I'm supposed to win. Yeah, I mean that's mostly it. Of course, there's other stuff. You want to represent your brand in a good way that people interpret as whatever you want, whatever they usually like, whether it's good sportsmanship or class or whatever you really want to call it. Just represent your brand, and I think the way we all know and expect a player should. Other than that, perform. You got to do well, and I think confidence in the equipment you're playing with and the brand you're with plays a huge role in how well you perform. So that's really why I think sponsoring works. That you associate a player with a brand, and a lot of their success is to do with their brand. So yeah, it's pretty much as simple as that. I'm just out here trying to win.
Well, you're doing Yola representatives. The guy's doing pretty well on that, checking a lot of boxes there. Athena, as the manager of the Catherine brand and partner, you've got a lot to compartmentalize there. How do you know what the best decisions are for the player who's also your partner off the court, and how do you make sure that the Selkirk partnership in that case helps move the Catherine Parento brand forward?
Yeah, no, I think we're learning every day. It's crazy, but in pickleball, it seems like literally there's a lot that changes every day.
Yeah.
And so we're just constantly making adjustments. I think one of the things that we do a good job is relying on our team. I ask for a lot of advice. I'm 28 years old, and so I try to get advice from people who have lived through a bit more than I have, lived a bit longer, and I try to ask a lot of questions, and because we're always learning, and we rely a lot on our team.
When you say
My
team, sorry to interrupt. Who do you mean? Who are you referring to?
Yeah, so Catherine has we have strength coaches, we have physical therapists, we have she has a coach, she has a we have a team of about probably like 5, 6 people now. And we're all heavily involved in all the decisions that happen. Um, just because it's hard to know. I mean, sometimes there's a lot of options and it's hard to know what's the right choice. And sometimes it feels like, wow, like this could be a big decision that could impact the rest of her career. Like we want to be right, you know. My parents, my family, sometimes I'll ask advice for. We'll call them part of the team too. Catherine's family. Um, so yeah, we try to do that a lot, and that helps. And then the partnership with Selkirk, one of my favorite things about them as a company was they're really into marketing, and that was something that was really important. Kind of, Catherine's young; she still has a long career ahead of her, but I started really early, kind of thinking about like, what are we going to do when she's done playing? And so, we want to create a brand and we want to create something we can build upon after she's done playing. I think a lot of times with athletes, they kind of it's important to live in the moment, but also plan for the future, right? So, the goal was kind of to build a brand and make sure like the CP brand is known, all over the country, hopefully one day all over the world, and so that we have something to build upon when she's done playing. She can't play till she's 70, so
Well, she can, but probably not pro.
yeah. Um, so yeah, with Selkirk, it just seemed like it aligned. It's very important to them, social media and all that. We do shoots, and we're very involved in terms of making sure that we help the sport grow, Catherine's brand grow, Selkirk's brand grows, and that was part of the reason why we chose that partnership, just because it seemed like we were very aligned in terms of that.
Love it. Ben, you don't have to reveal trade secrets here, but is this constantly evolving? Are you looking at Perseus 2 or whatever, now? How does this work? Because it's not like you can just say, I want a new paddle and you have one tomorrow. That's obviously not realistic. How does this work in your mind, or how are you working together on that?
Yeah, no, it is constantly ongoing. That's not to say that I always have a prototype, at my house, like, all right, I'm trying the next iteration, but we're certainly always ongoing with discussing what we want to do. They're certainly testing stuff. And yeah, they do have some stuff ongoing. I'd say we're always looking at advancing. I think, the paddle field is still ripe for advancement and doing better. And I feel like we certainly can be better as good as much as I love my paddle. I feel like we can always be better. And there's a ton of ideas I want to explore. There's a ton of ideas they want to explore, and we're going to have some combination of those. So I would expect to have a new version, give or take, every year or so. And that's always exciting. That's one of my favorite parts of pickleball, really. And I do know they're in the midst of patenting some stuff. I always struggle with that word, patenting, double T. But yeah, I guess I can't reveal too much, but I'm excited for it, and I think that'll just be another version that's going to do really well, and I think we'll keep advancing after that.
So we've talked a lot about paddles, Carl. There are communities that don't like the sound of our sport. How dare them? You have started up an initiative of trying to figure out a quiet ball. Tell us more about what on earth is going on there. I'd love to hear more.
So the announcement late September about our launching of a quiet initiative. We've established a category of equipment, so it's not just balls, it's paddles as well. That will essentially deliver 50% less in terms of acoustic footprint. This wasn't an overnight process. This is probably the end of a year and a half worth of research. We've been working with a number of different acoustic engineering firms to help us get to this figure. In fact, we just published the set of specs for manufacturers to shoot for in terms of the spectrum, so the pitch as well as the sound pressure or decibels. In the case of some of the equipment that's out there today, some of them are relatively quieter than other paddles as well already. So we're actually going to add a tier of noise reduced equipment as well. So there's a number of paddles. Typically, the 16 millimeter carbon face paddles, they're below 85 decibels and below 1,000.
What is it? They love to do jet engine is some number.
Right.
What's 85 decibels?
Yeah, well, if you're next to a freeway, it's fairly close to that. Now, but that's right at the edge of the courts. The typical venue is about 70 decibels at 100 feet. And so some of these communities, the pushback that we've seen has been a result of really forward-thinking parks and rec directors that are converting unused assets, but it's typically in a community park or what we call a pocket park, and it may be in close proximity to homes. In order to address that situation, we launched this initiative both from an equipment standpoint, but also we're working with now it's 4 suppliers of acoustic panels, which represent 4 different technologies as well. So there's different approaches. Some of these they're a bit heavier. We've got one that uses acoustic foam. It's very light, and another one that uses a sound attenuating fabric in it, which could be installed by one person. And then on the services side, we'll work with any entity that's evaluating the placement of a facility, and we'll help them do essentially a simulation on what that acoustic propagation would look like in that area.
So, folks, people are thinking of everything here as a message here. So that's very interesting. I'm sure a lot of people will be interested in that. Obviously, us as players of the sport, the sound is a very important part of the how we play the game. So it's going to be very fascinating to see how this develops. But I certainly understand in some neighborhoods how our beloved sound sometimes needs to be toned down just a bit for their liking. We'll see where that goes. But thank you for that, John. Where's technology going? What do you see on the horizon?
It's going to be interesting now that I know Ben's working on some patented stuff. That now he's got me curious. I'm piqued. One thing we're seeing right now is other sports are bringing some technologies into pickleball, which is really interesting. Paddle or padel in there's a new product out that is using technologies coming from that sport, some weights into the paddle where instead of adding lead tape, you've got the ability to change the weight and performance of a paddle through a weighting system where you can add and subtract. We've got some brands that have a lot of patented technologies and how they're using carbon fibers, but these are all things that are happening right now. So what's next? That's what when I talk to brands, I say that's what your job is to figure out what's next. We've gone from wood to fiberglass to carbon fibers. Now we're hearing there's other base materials coming out. Kevlar is one that is being used now in some paddles. And to be honest, Dave, I don't know what's next, but I'm going to be excited to hit it. I think we're also going to see, I mean, there's only so much in a paddle you can change, right? The shape is going to be defined by length plus width. You've got the surface material, you've got the core. And I think that's one area that really hasn't been explored as much as others is the core of the paddle. I think there are cores that could help with the quiet initiative. There are cores that can help with adding that power and spin by increasing dwell times. So I'm really looking forward to see what are the cores that are developed, what are the new face materials, and what haven't I heard that somebody's going to come and say, hey, this is being used in aerospace engineering and now it's going to be in a pickleball paddle.
Love it. Athena, you're a great teacher of the sport too. We have a lot of amateur players watching in this room. How do you coach folks to get that paddle that works for them? What's the one or two things from you as a great coach of the game? Do you say focus in on just this one thing, spin, power, control, all this other stuff? What do you tell them?
Yeah, so I think similar to what John talked about earlier, obviously we are Selkirk ambassadors, but I tell people straight up, the paddle that we use might not be the right paddle for you. And I always encourage people. We always have demos at our camps. We teach all over the country, and I always encourage people to demo paddles. I am not as savvy as Ben is in terms of different materials. I'm sure he understands all that, but when I play with a paddle, when I see, I can kind of determine how that paddle plays, what's good about it, what's not good about it, what I like or don't like. And so I encourage people to do that. I encourage them not to buy a paddle that they've never played with. I encourage them to same as you do. If they are at a clinic or at a camp, demo paddles there and use them throughout the whole clinic. You'll see sometimes people will like try a paddle, they'll miss a shot and they're like, okay, I gotta go
This
back to
thing
my other paddle.
stinks.
Yeah. I'm like, no, just give it a second. Like and yeah, you got to be patient. So I would say one for sure, try to demo it. Um, find a friend that has a paddle. If you're not at a tournament or you're not at a camp, find a friend, borrow it for like a couple weeks, right? And then the second thing is there's I don't know if I can name a pro player that doesn't use lead tape. And it can completely change the way that a paddle plays. So I always encourage people to play around with lead tape, put it in different spots on the paddle. Maybe you just put it on the throat. Maybe you just put it on the top. Maybe you put it just on the sides or all the way around like Catherine does. But same thing, be patient, play with it in different variety of ways and then you can kind of see like do I like this paddle, do I like the way that it's set up, and then develop a decision from there.
Yeah, I think that word you said is so important to our game. the playing it and the getting used to the paddle, not being patient, because people want to freaking smoke the ball and they don't want to play patient. And people want to hit two-handed backhands like Catherine or Ben's backhand roll the minute they try their friend's paddle. That ain't going to happen. So be patient, everybody. It'll make you better. Ben, I'll give you the last word. Where's the sport going as relates to technology from your perspective? From this game, obviously getting faster. Can it get too fast? And how do you see technology playing a role in that?
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely a mix of the things we've talked about in these last half hour or so. Certainly noise, I think a big one. I think what a lot of companies are going to do, not just, technologically advancing at a pro level where it's very advanced, we're just looking for the best thing. We're also looking for something where it makes it more appealing to the masses. Maybe they don't even play pickleball yet, and they're like, oh, if it's not loud, maybe I do want to play. Right. So there's certainly that at the pro level. I feel like we can do a lot better in literally every aspect. I don't think we've even begun to explore using that many different types of things. It's like I said at the beginning, it's more manufacturing based. So what these manufacturers are able to do, and in a kind of more cheaper way, has been predominantly what's been used. And I think the bigger pickleball gets, naturally, the more money these manufacturers are going to want to spend on research and doing bigger and better things. So I think we're going to see certainly different cores, different materials, multi-layer cores, variable weight distribution, certainly combinations of surfaces or more advanced surfaces. I think Carl even mentioned coefficient of friction. I think we're going to see a lot more exploration into that rather than just grit. So I think we're at a fairly basic level, honestly, of technology thus far. So we're really going to see it, I think, in just about every way, honestly, in pickleball paddles and even balls.
And even the ball. Lots of upgrades coming, and we already love where we're at today. So just think of what's down the road. What a fun conversation that was. Thank you guys. John, Athena, Carl, Ben. Thank you guys so very much. We'll get the next panel going. We'll take a quick picture. We'll start in 30 seconds here. Thank you. Thanks, John. Hey, you bet. You bet. Yeah. Thank you, God. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks so much. Yeah. My mic, turn the bell. Keep it clean. Perfect. Yep. Thank you. You made that easy. Nice. Anytime. All right. Panel number 4 coming up. We're going to dive into the world of media and the media landscape. The first person I'm going to bring up here is, I assume he is here. I have not seen, so I might be introducing the chairman and CEO of the Tennis Channel. Please welcome Ken Solomon to the stage. I hope. There was a plane, so I do not have final closure on that. If Ken needs 5, Ken will be here in 5. All right, we'll let Ken jump in the middle. The good news is also from Tennis Channel. We've got the SVP and head of production at the Tennis Channel. Put your hands together for Bob Wiley. Next up, the founder of the Dink and Upswing Sports. Thrilled to have Thomas Shields here today. Thomas, welcome. And last and most certainly not least, the founder of Vosberg Gainer and Pickleball in the Sun. What's better than that? Say hi to Laura Gaynor here, everybody. All right.
Ken's on his way. Know that.
Yes,
I
Ken
think
is on
Tanner
his
went
way.
to go get a golf cart to get him. But those of us who know Ken know that that is nothing new.
Okay. Well, we'll let Ken join in progress here. That's not a problem. So, Thomas, I'll start with you.
All right.
There's Ken.
There's Ken. Okay, we're right on schedule. Here we go. Again, the CEO of the Tennis Channel. Here's Ken Solomon, everybody. So, Thomas, you got the Dink started. Why did you choose that name, and how has the Dink evolved from where you started to where you are today?
Great question. So, why did we choose the Dink? Probably because we didn't have many better ideas. I think a lot of people actually often will say to me, "It's so cool you built a business around your passion," and that's actually not the case. I wanted to start a side hustle, see if I could flip a business, and my family was becoming obsessed with pickleball at the time. We're a tennis family. We were transitioning to pickleball. So it was proximate. It was relevant. There wasn't a lot of coverage. So we said, all right, let's take a crack at it. And along the way, I became obsessed with pickleball. And then I fell out of love with pickleball. And I fell back in love with it. And the cycle repeats. When you work in pickleball, um, sometimes you don't love it as much as you once did. But that was about 3 years ago this month. Since then, we've grown it from a newsletter into 2 newsletters, a news website. We have 3 podcasts within our network now, and a social media presence. We've also started to expand into e-commerce. We've made some investments in tech and apparel, and that's Upswing Sports, our parent company. And yeah, it's been a fun ride, just riding the wave like everybody else.
Yeah, and the wave is something else. So we're going to talk to you later about what's working, what's not, and all that. Ken, thrilled to have you here. You're
You and everybody. Good to see everyone here. Good morning.
good afternoon, even, and
evening.
yes, the
Day.
California.
I don't know what day it is.
my-
I don't know what city, but I know I'm right
my
here in the middle of
California
pickleball.
friend. So Ken, obviously, Tennis Channel has been your baby, and it's become quite a successful enterprise. I think what this group wants to know is, as Pickleball TV gets launched, and folks, today, Pickleball TV is becoming a thing literally today. So
24/7, 365.
massive thing. What on earth can we learn from all the years of Tennis Channel that we can put into the sport that this group loves?
Well, Bob Wiley and I and our team made every mistake for pickleball with tennis over the last 20 years to make sure we got all those out of the way so it would be smooth sailing. And I mean, it was a pretty crazy idea 20 years ago, the idea of a tennis channel. People looked at you funny and said, a tennis channel, what would you put on it? And how would that'll never work. And, tennis all day long. And what we found is once people came to it and created a destination where anyone in the country knew that they could see, in this case, tennis 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which was a very counterintuitive idea to sports, which is normally a forced scarcity model where you drop your match in the middle of a series of either other sports or general entertainment and hope that people find it once a week. We thought creating destinations would work. And it's been a long fight, and we have the stars to prove it, don't we, Bob? But
We do.
that's not an exaggeration. You know how it works. They make fun of you, and then they try to kill you. And now we're killing it. I would say we're sportsmen. We're lovers, not fighters. And a lot of things. But what we do know is what everybody in this room knows, which is that there is a deep passion for this game that is only begun to be
sort of introduced to the world, and that even everyone who plays it, there's so much more they want to know. There's so much more they want to be involved with, whether it's their own playing, whether it's watching the greatest players in the world 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, when they want to see it and exactly how they want to see it, whether it's mobile, whether it's a broad, freely penetrated service like PBTV. It will be ubiquitously available to everyone. So then it's just our job simply to get people hooked. And we know that this game has the ability to do that in a way that nothing in our lifetimes ever has. So I think the real answer is every single thing we did is relatable to the idea of creating a 24/7 truly integrated. That's gobbledygook in the media business. Oh, it's going to be, we're going to have a website, we're going to have this, and we're going to have what our sports, we realized pretty quickly, Bob and our team, is we actually need all of these great technological advancements that they've created in order to be able to tell the full story. It's not a story. You're living in this world. It is a lifestyle, whether you are a fan, player, or both. And the idea to be able to serve people in this country and to use this platform as a, forgive me, a table that every brand in the business can come and put their brand on top of and know that the people know where to find it, which is the real key in the modern media universe. It's just too fractionalized. People can't find anything. Great, there's a $1 million this or whatever that somewhere. That's one day. People have to stop their lives and tune in, or try to record it, if that even is something that exists anymore. Today, in this country, by example, if there's a great tennis match on or coming up, or if you just know there is, but you don't know what it is, 98% of the time, it will be on Tennis Channel or one of our platforms. That will be even more true for PBTV. And so the access for the person who's been wondering about it, is that any good? I don't know. I've heard about this game, but I don't really get it. Blah, blah, blah. Is it really a pro sport? Do you have any? We ask if, I don't know, do you think cornhole will make it on TV? Or, I mean, poker, or cooking. Why does that work on TV? Pickleball's amazing on television, thanks to all of you and to Bob and to all that we've done together with the PPA and the MLP. So we're pretty excited. We've made a lot of, again, it's not a joke. We made a lot of mistakes and learned how to do it and what not to do. And so this has allowed us to launch this week with a 24-hour channel in tens and tens of millions of homes. We'll be in close to 80 plus million homes by the end of the year. That's extraordinary. It took us 15 years to get that done with Tennis Channel. The original Tennis Channel. Now we've got several of them. So.
Awesome. Can't wait to see the evolution of that for sure. So, Laura, you've got a dude who says it wasn't his passion project, but now it is to your left. You've got two guys who've been living tennis who've jumped all the way into pickle. You have as well in a different way. And I think what you bring to this, and I'm thrilled to have you here, is what's going on at the grassroots level, what's going on to market the game to the folks playing at their parks, playing in their communities. Your perspective I've loved. We've known each other for a long time. Share what you're seeing out there in the
Gosh,
world.
well, pickleball is my whole life. Yeah, so I was fortunate. Exactly 4 years ago, I launched my agency, Bossberg Gainer, which is now a year after that. I had transitioned it to be the world's first pickleball marketing agency, and there's a huge opportunity in the growth. So I made a specific niche for it. 4 years ago, I had brought USA Pickleball on as my first client. I had never heard of the sport before. So I jumped right in, and it was actually incredible to be out there at the USA Pickleball Lounge to see the logo. It was my good friends that I brought in to actually do the USA Pickleball brand relaunch 4 years ago. We did the new logo, new website, and I just kind of jumped right in. It became, again, my whole life. I started playing, and now that you see these entertainment complexes, I had started the Chicago Pickleball Club with my friends, and that's why all of us love this whole sport, because it's community, it's fun, it's social. So this boom of the social club, we're now going to see that here, of course, over the next few years and beyond. And so now, fast forward 4 years, I've just been in this incredible position that I consult brands, other agencies. Everyone's kind of asking me, and I kind of took that knowledge of pickleball for granted that I've kind of learned and Got over the last 4 years where I was literally on calls all the time, just kind of educating them in the sport. Who's the PPA tour? Who's the APP tour? Who's Major League Pickleball? So actually, a year ago, I started this newsletter on LinkedIn that's in my voice, kind of sharing that knowledge because people will, again, just directly reaching out to me. So I do this pickleball newsletter on LinkedIn and I send it every Friday. And I did this morning. So that way we got the live stream details out there, of course, for today's incredible panel. And congrats to PPA, first of all, on USA Pickleball, this whole Pickleball Boulevard, the Pickleball Forum, as Ann said today, this Pickleball Business Forum is just going to continue to grow from here on out because I've seen it personally where I think some people even here, they messaged me and said that they were coming to the Business Forum because they saw it on my newsletter and kind of wanted just to come out because everyone's just so eager to learn about the sport and how to sponsor it, how to jump in. So again, I'm just fortunate. And then, as I mentioned, it's just kind of my passion as well. I moved to Florida in the midst of the pandemic, moved to a community in Nocatee that we are so fortunate. We live in this master plan community where we have 12 pickleball courts, water parks for my kids. We get around in a golf cart. And so it became this lifestyle where I was playing pickleball every single morning. So that was inspired me to launch the Pickleball in the Sun brand, which is really a lifestyle brand, continuing to evolve, always evolving. Because of course I'm a mom of two, so I just need to make sure that I'm managing my workload properly. And now I work directly with clients to help them with their consulting, marketing, work with celebrities. We were just out with Katy Perry a couple weeks ago. She had a tournament for her foundation. So I'm just incredibly fortunate. It's just amazing all the opportunities that I've been brought on to help with as well.
Love it. Yeah, you are dialed in, and we love that. So, Bob, you're the head of production for Tennis Channel. Everyone wants to know, hey, what are you taking from what you learned from tennis? What is the evolution of putting the best foot forward with pickleball? Everybody loves the firefights. How are you getting the passion of pickleball out to that audience watching on their phone, watching on their smart TV, etc.?
Well, first, I just want to I have been taking a mental snapshot of all of you that I'm looking at because I would imagine this time next year it'll at least be doubled, maybe tripled. It's a metaphor for how quickly this sport is growing. I don't look at pickleball the same way I look at tennis. So 4 years ago, we had a meeting, and the meeting was, what do we think is going to be the next iteration, or what do we need to do to kind of grow audience, make sure you have positive EBITDA, that kind of thing. And I was all in for pickleball. There was just something about that sport, and even though it wasn't really televised that much, maybe a couple things here and there, the one out in Indian Wells, I thought that that pickleball was going to be huge in this country, and I don't know if it was because of COVID or what, but I mean, it has exploded in the last 2, 3 years. I mean, exponentially. So I would imagine there are going to be a lot more people at this meeting making a living on this great sport. So, first thing, when it comes to the coverage of the sport, tennis, for years, the game camera is at the end zone, right? And it doesn't move that much. And you don't see anything until usually after the point is done. You see them in replays. You do cutaway live shots of the players, and then you see the replay of what you just saw, but from a different angle. Pickleball will not work in television if you treat it the same way as tennis with that end zone camera. It just doesn't show the difficulty as well as the fast hands of the sport. So I remember when I've thought to myself, when we actually do this for the first time, I'm going to do this completely different. And so Connor was somebody we ended up partnering with at Orlando probably 2 years ago, maybe three, Dave, 3 years ago. And so I told Connor, I was like, listen, we're going to do the coverage from a jib camera at the 50-yard line because most of the action, especially in doubles, and doubles is amazing in this sport, happens right at the kitchen. And so I just think you're going to be able to see the speed. And if we get the right height and the right depth, you're going to really be able to see how difficult and how awesome this is. And some of the points that we've captured from the jib has just been amazing. And the players out there are amazing. And um, so so that's one of the big changes is you can't cover live pickleball like you do tennis, right? And we don't. The other thing to know is that at this event, because we're launching Pickleball TV, we're really going to bring out all of our weaponry. We're going to have 15 cameras, including RF drones. So we're really excited to show off this sport and know that from Ken and myself and all the folks that are part of Tennis Channel, we are all in. We are agnostic and we are all in on this sport. And if we can get just 1% of half of 1% that play pickleball watching it, which we will, I mean, it's going to be a boondoggle. And as Ken says, which I love, 1+1 will equal 3, right? Because if pickleball TV is successful, you all will be more successful. And obviously, we're not just all altruistic by what we're doing, but a rising tide does what, Ken?
Lifts all ships.
That's another Ken Solomonism that I
Still
love.
and behind. And said that earlier.
And by the way,
when I originally said that, but
real quick, Ken, by the way, I just want to give props to this guy too.
Oh,
This is Dave Fleming has been Dave Fleming has been a very pleasant surprise, and that sounds like a backhanded compliment, but it's not, right? When you go into a new product and they don't do much television and they're very new to it, I didn't know how good he is. Dave, you've done a great job. So Dave is going to be somebody you're going to see for a long time on our air. Lord willing, he has just killed it. Anna John, Ben's sister, and, she has done an amazing job teaching herself, because she has done this for a couple years now, how to be sideline and how to do post match. So the best is yet to come.
I have to add to that, Dave, if it's okay. And hopefully, is this working? Is this all making sense? We are so excited when you say, well, what are the differences? In the tennis world, it was a completely different thing. First of all, no one even knew who we were. We didn't know who we were. But we had a team that stuck together to really try to figure out how to tailor a game that could sort of care less whether or not we were there, believe it or not, into a 24/7, 365, always on live sports and entertainment media base and channel. That's hard, especially when it's played all different places simultaneously. There's lots of different courts going on, et cetera, et cetera. But this team, and someday you'll all hopefully pass through our building. It's more than just a building. It's a place that was designed to facilitate the very same types of production challenges that we have with pickleball. Now, we get to work directly with the sport itself, with the benefit of hindsight of all those right and wrong decisions that we made. And, they say it's really true. The wrong ones are we will not go down the rabbit holes of the mistakes we've made. With a building filled with 200 people who go to sleep and wake up thinking about how to make it better and more exciting. And generally, the way the sports is, the sport or whoever it is produces the event. They license it to a broadcaster. Broadcaster pops in, does it, and pops out. And that's kind of it. And they try to hold the sport to task if it doesn't deliver what they think. We are working together every day to say, on the long tail, where is this going? How big can this be? What are the things that are special and unique about pickleball for television that nothing else does? And Bob and Dave were talking about that jib camera that Bob's talking about floats at the kitchen. In tennis, it is almost impossible for us to get a shot where you have in doubles or singles a quick, popcorn at the net, at the net. In pickleball, the ability to get tight on that cat and mouse of when's the trigger going to get pulled. This is fantastic television. It's compelling, engaging, and will draw people in. And we're already, 3/4 of the way past where we were when we started this. It started with tennis. All excited about how to do it special and different. And our view is not to fulfill demand that exists, but to drive and create demand every day through all of the things that we know and do together with everyone in the sport. Everyone in this room together, considering just the inherent strength that this sport has. People say, what's the secret to the sport? It's the sport. The statue is in the stone. And all of us are just chipping it away so that people can see it more clearly. Because when they do, We all know it's addictive. It's the most compelling, addictive, inviting, fun thing that's been brought to media, we think, for a long, long time. And we're not here to just do okay. We're here to win.
So, Thomas, how do you use the dink to drive them demand? How do you make the decisions about how do I appeal to someone that want to watch the best players? How do I appeal to the amateur players? How do you structure your ecosystem to fill a lot of different masters? Part one, and then secondly, a lot of people here who want to reach the audience that you have that are potentially part of what they want. So how do you make all that work?
Chance to pitch. I like it. I think there's a number of different audiences in pickleball, and when we started, we would just cover what I thought was interesting, which was like firefights, right? And to a degree, I think that's been exhausted, and you need to find new ways to shine a light on the sport. Um, we've also sort of transitioned away from only pro coverage, right? So we've started to really lean into more instructional content. Other things like, hey, what paddle should you buy? How do you set up a court in your backyard, right? Kind of the more 101 stuff. Because I think, the broader segment of the market is the casual player, right? It's the grassroots. So, when we started, it was like, let's just cover the pros. Let's just film Ben Johns all the time, right? And now it's evolved into something a little more comprehensive where we can appeal to these different segments within pickleball. So everything from pro coverage to equipment reviews and everything in between. So things have definitely evolved as we've grown.
So what's worked and what hasn't, and how do brands, whether they're entrepreneurial or big brands, what do you recommend they do, whether it's on your platform, on the TV platform? What from your experience should they be thinking about?
Yeah, well, if you think from like an e-com perspective, I mean, one of the kind of trending topics is, and one of the things I hear a lot now is you should literally just hire a full-time content creator in-house, right? Like if you're an e-com brand, you might spend a ton on paid media, and then it becomes, basically, how much are you paying to acquire a customer? But you can offset a lot of that and in many ways have more effective marketing if you just have the content creator in-house creating the compelling content. There's a ton of really great content creators. I think we tweeted the other day that pickleball is one of these weird sports where like the ratio of content creators to players is so high relative to other sports or segments or markets. And that's just because the passion is there. We've kind of harped on that already today. So I think if you are a brand, figuring out how to create that original content and getting away from just filming highlights, which will do well, a great firefight will do well, but more like narrative storytelling, relatable content, like memes or skits around kind of the common things that have like the inside jokes of pickleball, if you will, right? Like um, I don't know what a good example is off the top of my head, but trying to figure out how to create that organic content that you can then sort of organically, to use that term again, infuse your product into, I think is something that everybody should be thinking about. If you don't have that in house, you should be partnering with these different content creators or people like us who can help you create those relationships or create the content ourselves. And just create a new way to advertise in a way that actually just appeals to the people who are playing the game.
Yeah, I think we've talked about that a lot today, where we are very into our sport and we protect it and we want you to be authentic. So if you just show up with your new thing and have a pickleball commercial, hey, we want you to be invested in. And I think a lot of people do have this idea that I have to do it myself. So I hope people are recognizing today that there are a lot of experts out there that can help them, that they don't need to put all the onus on themselves. They might be great paddle creator, but they don't know anything about marketing. Okay, well, there are people here to help all of you do that. So
I think that's one of the huge mistakes that the tennis world makes. Everybody tries to be a generalist and an expert in everything, whether they're a rights holder, whether they're a federation, whether they're a tournament owner. We're going to have our own website. We're going to have our own magazine. We're going to have our own this. We're going to. Why? Just do what you do really well and build on the ecosystem of all the talented people who are trying find best of breed partners, integrate, and scale quickly. Because it's there. No, but everyone in this room knows. Bob said it. You said it. This has never happened in my life. I've never seen anything that has been as naturally and organically explosive in its growth, in its ability to attract people. It's like it's like one and done. I mean, you get someone. Everyone here knows it. You get someone out there, they're probably hooked. I mean, because at any level that becomes interesting. When you have media assets, touch people without having to actually bring them to the court, and you're continually giving them that. We always felt in tennis, Bob's, the master of it. We could get people who never even watched tennis before. That was our the tennis never. We figured if we could get them 2 times, we got them. And I mean, Bob, you could tell them about Dave Portnoy at the U.S. Open. This the guy who founded, Barstool. Never set foot on a tennis court. What happened there? That is the apocryphal story. And that's what I think we're all trying to do.
Please tell the story.
No, I mean, Dave Portnoy fell in love with Sabalenka because she's a beast. She's #1 in the world, and she's a savage. And he changed his avatar to Sabalenka. Couldn't change it back, but he had this social post on X in the middle of the night, just exacerbated because she came back and won in the most amazing way. And so we had him on the show the next day on TC Live talking about it. But
it is a guy who never
he's a tennis
or probably closer to a tennis hater, or just didn't consider it in his world. Stumbled into what match he finally got goaded into going into a match at the U.S. Open. Came out and posted that I have seen the greatest competitive fan base sport to watch in the world.
Sabalenka for life.
Couldn't stop. I mean, and it was her, a woman no less. Right. And that he was saying, you've got to watch it. And he was saying, you got to bet on it. Well, you can do that. That's great too. And just flipped them that quickly. And that's what we're in the business of inoculating people, of creating addicts for this sport, because in the best possible way to make people's lives better and more fun and fulfilling.
It's funny that he brings that up because I texted that some of Portnoy's stuff to Connor Pardo and said, we got to figure out how to make this happen, right? Like how to bring these outsiders into the sport who, when they focus their attention on something, a lot of people move with them, right? It's easier said than done.
But those are the opportunities. And Laura, you see opportunities from a lot of different places. What are small and big brands coming to you to solve, and how are you helping them navigate the pickleball ecosphere?
Yeah, I mean, like Jason said, I mean, Nike is just waiting for the opportunity to come in. It's just incredible. I mean, you see brands are also, they're just right now, they're just getting educated. Like, I mean, and we're still at the infancy of the growth. I've been a part of it for the last 4 years, but it's just incredible to see how the brand activations have all changed. And again, that Pickleball Boulevard is perfect. This is pickleball. It's social. It's community. Everybody's engaging. It's just a great opportunity for us to kind of have this common interest. And then just those stories. I mean, the celebrities, again, they're just really helping to grow the sport. And I just secured this morning my interview of my career is going to be happening in December for Pickleball Magazine for the next cover story. And it's just opportunities like that all these celebrities are just really helping to grow. I had the chance to talk with Maren Morris. Again, it's just taking those opportunities. People are loving the sport. Maren Morris was playing pickleball on tour. So I just reached out to her and I said, hey, we would love to feature you on the cover of Pickleball Magazine. She was having her crew come and set up right next to her tour bus on every single stop. And so I got a chance to talk to Maren, Scott Foster, the head referee for the NBA, right when we hit that COVID, when all the NBA referees were stuck in that NBA bubble in Orlando. I got the chance to talk to Scott Foster. He was teaching everybody how to play pickleball. And again, all those people are now packing their paddles. Those NBA referees are now on tour and they're packing their paddles wherever they go to these games to play. And as I mentioned, the Katy Perry, her and her sister play every single Sunday night at the Montecito Club with Orlando Bloom. Orlando and Katy Perry had a tournament for Katie's foundation that her sister runs, the Firework Foundation. So I got the opportunity to go out to Santa Barbara. And again, it's just connecting it to her foundation. It's incredible. It's helping these kids that are living in underserved communities that get to have these camp fireworks and this pickleball tournament that we went with one of my clients. Again, it's, as Carl said, I think that there's more than 600 padding manufacturers. Apparel is coming in. I'm very fortunate through this newsletter that I mentioned, just the opportunities I've gotten with brands and now working with the former owner of Jansport that's now launching a pickleball apparel brand that actually is going to be for pickleball players. Actually talking with pro players, recreational players, what makes the perfect pickleball apparel? Because again, with tennis, it's not having a tennis ball in our pocket. You know, we need apparel for all of you, for the players that you want to work with. So again, it's just amazing the opportunities that I've been given. I feel very, very fortunate that I got into this sport 4 years ago, and it's just I'm very blessed to be able to meet so many people, talking to all these brands, clients, and as I mentioned, when I talk to clients, I realized it was all knowledge I was kind of taking for granted to help these brands. So, but yeah, so I'm just always happy to talk to everybody and just kind of hear all these fun new ideas and how everybody's getting in. But as you said, make sure that you're kind of working with people that really understand the sport, because it's and to have build that team as well, because I know the PPA tour is doing a great job of building your team to make sure you can keep up with this growth and the demand. USA Pickleball was doing the same, but you need people that understand the sport, the working on your team to make sure it has that authentic content and be able to speak that brand voice. You can tell when someone's not a pickleball player when they're talking on air or in their social media content. So, of course, having all these experts, and Dave is the best commentator, of course, and all his fun cues on air has been fun to just watch all this whole media landscape grow over the last 4 years. And, of course, again, the live stream for Pickleball TV 24/7, featuring that celebrity showdown tonight as well.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, and I think that's the thing to remind everyone that there are people that have been down the road. So if you're depending on where your journey is, you have people that can help elevate what you have.
You
You
can
just
find them
have
on
to,
Pickleball Boulevard.
yeah, literally. I mean, it's the boulevard of dreams out there. Go fulfill your dreams out there, everybody.
Hopefully the boulevard not a broken dreams unless
Exactly.
went out early. One thing that we learned in tennis that's probably a good lesson, and just to think about, I'm sure many are here, is there's sort of this low-hanging fruit of you've got a brand, if you're looking for sponsorship, right, to elevate the sport. Um, you've got the low-hanging fruit of either someone who's an endemic because whether they're actually an equipment manufacturer, something that's very, very directly and obviously relevant to the sport, and they're kind of easy to get into the fold. But what's so magic about these sports is that the clientele, first of all, they're dual gender sports, genuinely. And we never thought we'd have something that's even more dual gender than tennis. And tennis certainly on court makes the idea of mixed doubles even more real. Uh, Pickleball does than tennis, which I don't know that we ever thought we'd see. So you have a unicorn in the world of media and sponsorship, where you have all the power of sports, which dominates everything when it comes to advertising and sponsorship. And yet, instead of just selling a male audience, you have the ability to sell an adult audience. And if you're in the parlance of media, it's an adult 18 to 49, 25 to 54 audience. It can be younger, it can be older, but that sweet spot is hit equally between male and female viewership. Nobody else has. You're not, and they'll put the thumb on the scale and say, "Oh, well, our work with the NFL and all the rest, and not going to be taking the NFL down. That's not our job." But the ability to reach for marketers an audience that is as affluent, forward-thinking, healthy, fit. They travel more than anyone else in the world. They have more disposable income as a rule. This is not to the exclusion of people who make a little less, but you have a literally the golden audience available at your disposal with something that people are so curious about, whether they know anything about it or not, that you're in a moment to really take advantage. The second is the less obvious sponsor, the the big luxury manufacturers and travel. When you realize the purity of the audience, which we will be doing our part to help deliver in scale globally, certainly nationally first. We're already making plans. This is happening globally, as some of you know, and I think it's going to be, there'll be a lot of other languages being spoken in this room too. You have an opportunity to reach, pickleball becomes a preferencing tool, not just the obvious place where someone who's, needless to say, somebody's in the equipment business or in the sports business, where the sports athletic wear business goes, but somewhere where a banking partner goes, someone where a particular type of services partner goes, where they can't get the kind of audience that we will all that you deliver now and will be delivering every day, 24 hours a day, and spinning up, and they'll be then going online and they'll be creating different integrated partnerships. We got a green field here right now. Everybody in this room has a Wonka bar. It's a really exciting moment, and it's not it doesn't happen very often. I promise you that.
I love me a Wonka bar. Let's go, Ken. That's beautiful. So, Bob, I think a lot of people don't recognize sort of the process of of how pickleball is televised, how it works. A lot of people see me and go, "Wait, I haven't seen you. I've heard your voice all year, but how we do we aren't necessarily courtside. That may change down the road, but where are we today? How are you using your phenomenal tennis channel facilities? And where's this going down the road as this channel expands?
Great. Well, you heard Ken mention international, but this is real. I mean, Pickleball TV will be a international platform. So think about that with all the things that you do. It's exciting. We're not leasing a product like we do with tennis or the NBA or basketball, and you have rights restrictions in territories, things like that. Pickleball TV and the product of what we do will be seen everywhere. So thanks for bringing that up, Ken. We do something that's very state of the art with pickleball. We produce everything back in our 2110 facility in Santa Monica, California. And 2110 is just the terminology used for how something is ingested, received with video and audio. But it's just Ethernet. Back in the day, you'd have some type of duax or triax cables, and that's all gone. So we're in a state-of-the-art facility. And then what we do is when we come to a venue like this, we just have to have the right amount of bandwidth, whether it's 200 megs or a gig. And then we put every single isolated feed into this bandwidth. It gets interpolated, spit out at our production control room in Santa Monica, and we literally produce from there, replays from there. We add the graphics, the storytelling, the studio insertion. Everything is done back in Santa Monica. You're not going to see an uplink truck. You're not going to see a TV truck here. We have some type of hub that takes everything in, but that's how we do it right now. Somebody like Dave Fleming, because we're new at all this, right? This is a new sport, and as Ken likes to say, if something doesn't work, it's okay. We'll change it, and that's a lot of freedom when that's coming from the top. But right now, let's just say Michelle McMahon and Dave Fleming are going to be calling a match. They're going to be doing it from this hub unit that we have because they have a multi-screen up there, and it just in the early stages, it's easier for us to communicate with them. And so they're literally seeing everything that's going on, not just program, but the isolated camera so they can get a better look and feel, right? And then we'll have Hannah Johns or Cameron Blackwood on the court, doing sideline. At this particular event, not only are we going to do what we've been doing and plus it up with the amount of cameras and the coverage that we're doing, we're going to have a desk here. So I would imagine Laura and I know Thomas, we're going to invite them to the desk and we're going to talk to them about the things that we do. We'll bring players over to the desk as well. So um, we're not starting from scratch. We're starting with 20 years of experience. When I left Fox to join and to launch Tennis Channel, I was kind of made fun of. Tennis Channel, you guys aren't even going to be on analog cable, said the guy who ended up launching NFL Network. He's gone, and who knows what's going on with the NFL Network. But it's a great property. It's a great thing, but we're still here, and we're doing just fine. And the other thing, too, when Ken brought up the U.S. Open in 2003, which was our very first presence at the U.S. Open, we had badges that said NR bold on it. That was non-rights holder, right? So the sport didn't embrace us. It took,
A couple of years later, we were live in prime time.
it took somebody like with Ken and his amazing skill sets to kind of break down those walls. We're not there at pickleball. We're coming to a sport where we have 20 years of experience of doing a product that people love, and we're doing it with people that we're in harmony with. And I don't mean holding hands. I mean the blending of voices. So folks like Dave and Tom Dundon and Connor and folks with MLP, we're in harmony with them, and so we're in it to win it together, and we're going to make sense of a very big schedule. Right, there are going to be a lot of events next year. Obviously, I'll let BPA and MLP announce that, but we're going to be at all of them, and we're going to make sense of why this particular event in January makes sense to why the USA National to San Clemente in December. That's what we're going to be here for.
Dave, if I could just add one more thing to that, and that's an important thing to remember as you go about thinking about how you're going to build into this. Um, we are about maximizing the sport and getting the most people to be able to enjoy it the longest they can through the most insidious way possible by entertaining the hell out of them. And so, one thing that I would urge everybody in this room to do is to not pattern yourself after other sports in the way that you approach how you do your business. Because tennis was very different. Sports is a forced scarcity model as a rule, right? There's a couple of games, there's a game a week per team, kind of more or less, for a short period of the year, and there's a reason why there's not more. Because they can say, tune into this 1 3-hour block and try to build the Tower of Babel every time and just hang everything else off it. The beauty of what we realize, the beauty of tennis and now pickleball, which are unique in this regard, is the continuity, is the ability for a fan, whenever they want to go to it, and it will be there in some form or fashion, either live or live enough. When we say live enough, it's not like, so it's not quite live. No one can watch all of it all the time. But if it's something that happened in relatively recent past, right? If this is a current match, right, between the Johns brothers or whoever it is, or a mixed double, it it's news, and it's something that I want to see, that I want to plug into in a world that I care about. So when Bob thinks about deploying, and I'll probably regret saying this, but you're all invited out to California to come see the building. You should do it.
You heard him.
You should do it, and because it's not your father's Oldsmobile. We literally built with the greatest technologists, broadcast technologists in the world. He built, and his team, um, and Gensler, who's also designing the 100-Mile City in Saudi Arabia. They're the best architects, visionary architects in the world. A 70,000 square foot machine that can process as many courts as you can throw at us from anywhere in the world simultaneously, live in real time. Bring it all in, make it all pretty, put the context behind everything that's happening with every single one of those matches. And then if we do our jobs right, put each one on the appropriate platform and let you as a viewer know without any friction where they all are. So that you don't have to be walking around checking the box score, the website. You'll be on the dink, right? But you won't. You can just know that if you go there, you will be seeing the most important things going on in the world at that moment. On these platforms, we're there for you to make it easy for you, the fan, all the time, 24/7, 365. And that is a breakthrough, as opposed to sports, which the traditional sports, which I spent a lifetime in, and many of you have, which is get everybody to show up when we tell them to for 3 hours, and then do it again. And they do. Imagine when we can say, you can come here and turn it on and just leave it on. And that is what people do. And this sport can win because of those unique attributes.
Yeah, can't wait to see it. So exciting. Laura, last call for you. How do these folks take advantage of this sport, and how do they use you or others to differentiate what they've got in the marketplace through media like your newsletter or other things? What's one thing that they should all take away from here?
I think definitely, it's all about being authentic. And as I mentioned, I have my pickleball marketing newsletter, which you can connect with me, Laura Vosberg Gainer, on LinkedIn. Subscribe to that newsletter. I'd love to share it. Utilize all these people. Again, we're at the infancy of the growth. There's so much opportunity to come. And I know Thomas with the Dink has so many popular stories on the Dink where you're all consuming this content. We all love the sport. And everybody's, again, just starting to get to know all these pro players. They're all starting to make a brand for themselves. There's a new wave of players all coming in. My daughter's playing right now in her PE class. So it's all going to change. It's all going to shift. So everyone do it all together, all media platforms. I mean, there's just so many great. Let's all get together and do it together is just huge. So we can all have the one common goal of continuing to grow the sport and making sure that all these professional players can make a living off of it. All these brands can come in and succeed. So yes, please do message me, say hello. I would love to continue all conversations.
Thomas, where's this going? Last call for you.
All right, let me take a second to shamelessly pitch something. We are having an event on Richard Branson's private island. It's called the Necker Pickleball Forum. If you'd like to get involved, reach out. Whether you want to attend for a week in a villa with Richard Branson playing pickleball, live performances, or you'd like to get involved from a sponsorship standpoint, it's going to be a really cool event, something that nobody's done before, and we'd love to work with anybody who's interested. And yeah, so forgive me for the sales pitch, but if you give me the floor, I'm going to take advantage.
It's all good. You've done a lot for the sport, so I can give you 30 seconds there, Thomas, for that. You know, this is exciting for me, obviously, and I appreciate the kind words from you guys to be the one of the people that's getting to voice where this is going. But folks, this takes all of us, and I think you've heard these guys talk about authenticity and collaboration, and all of us recognizing how we can all pull this forward. So your opportunities within the network that's launching today, within what Thomas and Laura are doing, are immense. I think the challenge for you is how creative can you be? How differentiated can be? And as we've said up here today, how Ken said he's made a bunch of errors. We've all made a bunch of errors, but you have to try. And I think that's the thing that launching a pickleball channel shows, that we're going for it as a collective here. And this was a really fun panel. So thank you guys so much for being here. Give it up for Ken, Laura, Thomas, and Bob. And Dave.
Thanks, sir.
Well done, well done, well done, well done. Great, great. Congrats on that.
All right, one more to go, folks. What a day. Everybody good? Everybody good? I hope so. I just want to confirm that my panelists are here before we need 5 minutes. Okay. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get started with the last panel. 5-minute break. All right. First up in our final panel is the founder and CEO of Carvana. Say hi to Ernie Garcia. Next up, she is both a distinguished finance professional and quite an influential figure in the world of pickleball. Say hi to Caitlin Kerr, won't you? And then my man, he is a reality TV superstar and a pickleball lifestyle pioneer influencer. Those are some very impressive words to put together. My man, Tyson Apostle. So we're going to have a lot of fun with these three up here. And, Ernie, I'm going to start here with you. It isn't the PPA tour anymore, it's the Carvana PPA tour. How did that come to be? What role did you play in it? And where is this going from here?
Well, I'll tell you the role that I played. I am absolutely obsessed with pickleball. I hope my partner's right here filming me on his iPhone. We got to stop that right now. That's not going to work. That's like we lost today, and we lost because of him. Cooper Fratt, please raise your hand.
Wow.
Yeah, we
Wow.
lost.
We are
We lost
calling,
to Cooper
we're
Fratt.
calling people out, right?
Yeah, I know the
Ernie?
dinks were high, and I was in trouble out of the blocks. If you're going to film me, that's how it's going to go. But so I think I love pickleball. For me, in my life, I've got Carvana, I've got three kids, so I've got my family, and then it's pickleball. That's basically all I have and sleep. Those are the four parts of my life. And I think what's happened in pickleball over the last 4 or 5 years is absolutely amazing. I think it plays a huge role in so many people's lives. There's a million people out there just like me where it's the thing they do if it's not family or work. And so I think at Carvana we want to be part of that. I think that we sell cars, and so we're trying to hawk our merchandise on everyone, and we're trying to get in front of as many people as we can. And there's a lot of people who love this sport, so we want to jump on board.
Yeah, and you have jumped in a big way, and we're going to hear about how that has progressed and evolved over the year. Caitlin Kerr, you're a finance person. How in the world did you find pickleball?
Yeah, so basically, I played soccer at Duke. I've had like 6 knee surgeries, 1 ankle surgery. So graduated early to play professional soccer. And then because of my knee surgeries, I have a hole in my femur, couldn't play. So I went to work on Wall Street for 4 years at Bank of America selling high yield credit. Then took a job at JP Morgan as a financial advisor for ultra high net worth individuals. And in March of 2021, I moved to a beach town and saw a lot of people playing pickleball. Played it for the first time, and I immediately thought this is gonna change the world. Like that's the vibe. I didn't just play soccer growing up; played all sports, and just the ability for it to be so social, but for me to be able to play a sport where I can get my competitive fire out was just incredible. So found pickleball, then started playing some tournaments, met the founder of Major League Pickleball, and then created a ownership group. We bought the Las Vegas Night Owls, which was incredible. And yeah, it's just been a great ride since. But I truly think it has the ability to change people's lives. And that's why through Pickleball Chick, I just want to spread the joy of the sport with as many people as possible.
Yeah, we're going to hear more about how she became the pickleball chick, which is her handle here. I'm going to talk to a dude, though, first at the end. So, Tyson Apostle, everyone knows you from Survivor. So, how do we connect the dots to pickleball here? And how have you uniquely sort of led the charge for all these content creators and you gave me that word pioneer, and I couldn't agree more with how you have advanced that part of the marketing of the sport. How did that get going?
So I was on season 40 of Survivor. It was my fourth time on, all winter season. And generally, as you come off a season, it's airing on TV. You call your agency and you're like, line a bunch of public speaking engagements up for me and tell people forget who I am. That lasts like 12 months. And then that's how you do it. But COVID happened. And I had been playing this game pickleball in Arizona. I moved to Arizona a few years before that. And I called my agent and I said, I've been playing a lot of pickleball. I love it. Anybody who plays it is going to love it. It fits my personality. I'm quirky. I'm fun. I'm a little outside the box. I want to be the pickleball guy, and I need your help to do it." He said, "You're joking, right? We're not going to do that." So I said, "Okay, I'll go somewhere else." So I went to a sports agent that had transitioned into the entertainment industry. And I said, "There's nobody playing pickleball right now. I can be the guy in pickleball. I'll be the first, and I'll be remembered as the guy in pickleball." They said, "That's the dumbest joke I've ever heard. I'm not helping you." So then I called my third guy, and he was like, "I'm not doing anything. It's COVID. I'm all in." We got a meeting with Gamma. They said, "We love it. We've never heard it. We want to do it. We'll give you exactly what you want." I've been with them going on 4 years now. Fila Pickleball 3, um, Chubby's over a year now, Imperial Hats, and we are not professionals up here. I'm not a professional. Don't look at me like I'm a professional pickleball player. I am the lifestyle side. I showcase how much fun it is to have pickleball be a part of your active lifestyle and how much fun it is to encourage others to play. And I am an ambassador of the sport, and I help these companies reach first time players.
Yeah, love it. Love it. And just the fact that multiple doors had to be kicked in on this too.
After the second one, I was like, I have to do this, even at a loss. Even if I am paying myself and people don't know it, I'm doing this just to prove them wrong.
Well, you have proved them wrong in a big way here, and it's awesome to hear your story. So Ernie Carvana has jumped in. There's something to be said for putting your name on something. How do you make sure that Carvana is getting the benefit of the attraction to the sport that so many people have? And what is your team constantly thinking about to make sure you take advantage of everything that pickleball has to offer?
Well, I think right now we're on the ride like everyone else. I mean, it's just going up so fast; it's incredible. And I think the way that we like to think about marketing, this is maybe like going to be a little bit boring, but I think whenever you're marketing people, people generally don't care about a brand, right? They care about what they care about. And so I think the reason there's a lot of celebrities in a lot of ads because you're trying to just grab a customer's attention for a brief second, so you can then send your message and try to brand it at the end. And I think what's so great is pickleball has so many people's attention. So I think just putting Carvana at the front for us was like a complete no-brainer. I think we're extremely excited about it. When we started this, pickleball was at a way smaller place. I used to pull up the YouTube feeds and you'd see 300 people watching a match, and then it turned into 500, and then it was 1,000. And I mean, now it's on Tennis Channel, and there's 10,000 people watching Court 2, and it's just grown so much over the last couple of years. So I think this has been great for us, and I think we just want to be associated with it because so many people have so much passion.
They certainly do, and I think Caitlin, you have sort of pushed in on that. You're a passionate person yourself. You talked about how you formulated a Major League Pickleball ownership group. Talk to us about that. You have some very interesting people within that, and how have you taken that to push the sport forward? Because I think it's interesting what you guys have done.
Yeah, so I met Steve Kuhn when I was playing at the New York City Open. Steve Kuhn was the founder of Major League Pickleball. And prior to that, for the last year, I had been researching everything possible on pickleball. So when I saw him at the tournament, I was actually speaking to somebody from Pro XR, and I just said, I'm going to go thank Steve for everything he's done for this sport. He's really been a true ambassador. He just wanted to share the joy of the sport with as many people as possible. So went up to him, thanked him. He had offered me some jobs at Major League Pickleball, but I had built this career in finance that I didn't want to leave at the time. So he offered me, when they were selling more teams, he offered me the opportunity to buy a team. So I said, I think I can put together a good ownership group. And it goes back to, for the first time, like, I'm a very open person. I always kind of show who I am. And when I created Pickleball Chick, probably like a year prior to that, I was a little nervous because I had this legit finance job, and you're putting yourself out there on social media. It can be a little weird. But Pickleball Chick is really what has gained my network has just blossomed since Pickleball Chick. So when I was, buying a team, I basically found this hedge fund um, that I went to the Final Four, a basketball tournament with, but all they could talk about was Pickleball Chick because they have pickleball courts at their homes. They're playing pickleball with Tom Brady. They're sending Pickleball Chick Instagrams to Tom Brady. So that's kind of how it originated. So we called up that hedge fund. I'm very close with Kim Kleisters. She's obviously an amazing ambassador for tennis, was a great player, won 4 majors, but she's a great person. And then my best friend, Callie Simpkins, who I played soccer with at Duke. And then we have a few other silent partners, but grabbed this group, got them on some Zoom calls. They said they wanted to do it because we had been previously looking at other pickleball venture investments on the side, and there was nothing that we all wanted to do together. But when this opportunity arose, we thought we would grab it. So that's sort of how the team was formed, and it's definitely been a ride. Major League Pickleball has gone through a ton of iterations since we bought the team back in October of 2022. But I really believe in the trajectory of the sport, especially at obviously the grassroots level. But I'm a huge believer at the pro level as well. I think we're still in its infancy; it's just getting started. More and more people are coming out to tournaments. I talked to many of you in the audience today that just came out for this specific forum, which I think is incredible. And yeah, I just really wanted to put together a team that we're all good people first, good people at heart first, and then good investors.
So Tyson, obviously you mentioned the brands that you work with. There are people that have budgets to get to someone like you and budgets to maybe not go there. What have you learned in your sponsorships that have really helped Gamma? How have you helped shape how you do it? Is it them telling you? Is it you telling them? I think that interaction between the two would be really interesting for everybody.
So, because I've created my own brand off of my personality, for me, it's important to maintain that. So, I will only work with companies that allow me to do that. I offer them, like, they have input and stuff like that. But our goal is to reach first time players and introduce them to the sport and introduce them to products. And there's a lot to be said for brand loyalty. So, if they are buying a paddle that I have suggested for them and they have a good experience with it, their upgraded paddle will hopefully be that next brand, and so on and so forth. And they'll recommend it to their friends. And that's kind of what we've built. So I had those early meetings. Gamma was the first meeting I had. I had another meeting after that. They said, "We don't even know what you're talking about." They hunted me down 6 months later and apologized and said they wish they could have worked with me, but they didn't see the vision at the time. I won't name the brand.
It's okay. We'll keep that one quiet. But I think that is, and I think a lot of people, you have to. We talked at a panel earlier today. You can't dip your toe in, and that means your involvement in the sport. But it also means if you want someone like yourself or Caitlin to represent your brand, you can't take their brand away. Or why are we messing around here? And I think there's probably a lot of brands that are kicking themselves for decisions they've made. Ernie, on that realm, you've had some interesting commercials and some other things. What has been your thought about either choosing a player or an ambassador, or staying away from a air quotes spokesperson as it relates to your involvement in pickleball?
We've mostly kind of stuck with the PPA tours being kind of like our main asset. I think we did we did something with Anna Lee last year. She was turning 16, and that was basically just like too perfect to miss. So I think that was awesome, and she was great. I mean, she's a very easy person to get behind. Her family's awesome. I can't say enough good things about her. So I think that was easy. But generally, we've tried to stay kind of more at the PPA level, just because every once in a while we like to get pitied by the pros and they let us into their games. And if you pick one, then all of a sudden you have enemies, and that doesn't work. We're not going to get as many games, so that doesn't work.
So just your own play
Just
level.
basically
Yeah.
at the end of the day, just trying to get personal games. That was a huge part of it.
I'm sure.
Brilliant. That's
I mean,
brilliant,
it's brilliant.
honestly.
It should be right at the top of the mission statement. Ernie's best games, and then grow Carvana. I mean, that's the way. That's
Talk about the order. It's very unclear
yeah.
at this point.
It doesn't matter. Tyson, I think you and I were actually talking about how one gets on Survivor just before we started, and I think that message actually would suit a lot of brands and a lot of players looking to develop their brand very well. So, can you sort of share when you turn in your tape to get on Survivor and trying to differentiate yourself? What are they looking for? What works, what doesn't, and then explain your story of how you got on Survivor too, because I think it's unique to everything you've talked about staying on your brand.
Yeah. So uh, I get asked this all the time. Like, how do you get on the show? What did you do? How many times did you try out? And they're looking for personality first and foremost. You bring your biggest, brightest personality that is still you. And you have to showcase that. And you also have to be able to tell a story in a brutally honest uh, way where you're showcasing that you are self-aware and are willing to be honest. Like, it's not like a job interview. Too many people treat that like a job interview, and I think there's a time and a place for a job interview, and that's a job interview. All the other times you want to leave that at home. Like, it's not like, what's your greatest weakness? Oh, that I put my boss's needs before my own. Like, I sometimes don't charge for overtime. Like, that's like, yeah, classic job interview answers. They want to hear like, I napped through high school, passed by, sharing answers with my friends. Like, that's the type. I got home before the grades got delivered in the mailbox, snatched them out, and then told my parents, I guess they forgot about me. Like, that's the stuff they want to hear. And that's the stuff that like is real and honest, and audiences connect with honesty. And so if you can be extra, extra honest, the TMI thing, that is what they are looking for. They want to know what's in the back of your brain that you shouldn't say, but you want to. And that's refreshing for people. I mean, there's bounds to that for sure, but that's very, very refreshing. And if you can do that and master that and make it your own, like, I'm not saying go out and be somebody that you're not, be yourself, but be the most yourself you know how to be.
And I think a lot of people are constantly trying to shape and be what you think they want you to be, and that is not
That's
the
no
answer.
life to live, Dave. That's no life to live.
No, it isn't. So don't do it. So don't do it. So, Pickleball Chick, you've actually been on. It hasn't been released yet, and I don't know how much you're allowed to share, but it is a fact, so you can share a little bit of a pickleball reality show yourself. So, do share what you can, and what we can look for down the road with that.
I look up Reddit and look at spoilers.
I don't know if there's spoilers. No, but I was given a great opportunity. Uh, like Tyson, I feel like you had to submit a video and showcase your personality while still being yourself. I obviously am super passionate about the sport. So Pickleball Paddle Battle was hosted by Pickleball Kingdom. They're in the house over there. It was an amazing opportunity. They flew out contestants to Chandler, Arizona, which was held at the Pickleball Kingdom, and it was basically a show to host pickleball, like competing, playing the sport. Not really any drama. I mean, not too much. It was an amazing experience. The only other
There
thing
was some drama. Okay, good.
there's always drama in pickleball, right? But no, the only experience I've had outside of that was I was on 5 episodes of Family Feud. So that was really cool to see. Obviously, Family Feud has been around for decades. It's one of the best TV shows in the world. We did win the car in Fast Money. So that was awesome. But to see also just, you know, Pickleball Kingdom able to do something, build this show from the ground up, and I made lifelong friends from the experience. So very grateful. Thanks again, Pickleball Kingdom, for having me.
Nice. All right. So, Ernie, we've talked today a lot about collaborating with other brands. Obviously, with your name at the top of the PPA, you could be a brand that a lot of people might be interested in. Certainly something from my marketing background with Dr. Pepper and Pizza Hut. If we get like brands with similar consumers, we can really drive some marketing. What have you done in that area? What do you wish to do? What could people potentially do with you that would make sense to both brands? How do you look at that, and how can you crank that up?
I don't know is the answer, but I think if there's people in the crowd that have interesting ideas, we'd be open to them. I think in my mind, I do just think it's so hard to have so many people's attention where they care so much about a thing, and I think pickleball is that thing for a lot of people. And so I think if we can find good ways that fit with our brand and make sense, and feel like they're authentically connecting to like the real community of the sport, and you're not kind of just jamming ads down people's throats, I think we're all for that. So I don't know what ideas might be out there, but we're open to hear them.
So there you go. Invite from the man right here. Tyson, how important is it for you to be out in the community? Can influencers just influence from their studio?
I'm mostly influenced not from my studio, but from my home courts. I don't come to too many events because I have two kids at home, and that's my priority is to spend maximum amounts of time with them. So I prefer to do that. I think it really is dependent upon you, your personality, your situation. I do a lot of my stuff on Instagram, but I'm also in a unique situation where I get recognized in public as someone who's been on TV enough times. So when I'm in an airport, people stop and get a picture. I have my brands on. That picture goes to their Instagram. That's a way that everything kind of synergizes together. Also, I'm wearing Fila shoes, but also I'm wearing Chubby's top, but also I'm wearing this. Now that gets shared on all of their accounts, and everything kind of synergizes on top of itself. So yeah, I think it's really dependent on what you're best at and what you want to do.
So you are obviously very, very prescriptive in the clothes that you wear and all of that. For players, for others, you had the hype squad in here that were trying to get their brand going.
There they are. You guys should be up. You guys should be up here behind me yelling. What is going on?
Yeah. Tyson needs his own hype squad. You don't actually. But what would you tell these people that are, not fabricating but creating that, and how intentional you are, I think is really, really important.
I think it just has to be honest and passionate. Like it's got to be real. Like people can sense that and feel that. And it's the reason that I don't have a social media manager. I do it all myself because if somebody else builds it and it's not built from you and the caption isn't yours, then it's not authentic. Like you can mask that to a certain degree, but like I think find what works for you. One thing that's worked really well for us is longevity and loyalty. Like I won't do a month deals here and another month deal somewhere else with a different brand in a competing space. Like I'm in it for the long haul. I want their name to be synonymous with me and my name to be synonymous with them. So when somebody says Fila Pickleball, they say, "Oh, Tyson's with you." And when somebody says Tyson, they say, "Oh, the Fila Pickleball guy." And that's what I want. And that's what we've created. It's taken a few years, but we're getting there.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about today about being in a hurry. So I think that's a good message. Like you gotta hang with this. Be patient at the kitchen line, everybody. Come on now.
Right.
Come on
Right.
now. Ernie, how do you get that pickleball vibe throughout your company? Because I think, you talk about the passion, but I think it's important that your employees at least are aware of it or feel it. How do you do that?
Well, pickleball does that for you. I think we put a court in our first office. We had kind of like, over to, we were in like a big warehouse kind of setup, and over to one side, we painted a court. And basically, like the poor people that had to sit next to that court just heard, just heard pickleball all day long. But I mean, you put a court in a spot and people hear anyone else playing, everyone in the building will care about pickleball in 3 months. That it's just what happens because it's too fun and it's too accessible. And so I think, what's been cool is just once we got associated with it, I think a ton of people inside the company just got more into it, and then it does the work for you, and people love it.
It really does. Like you don't have to talk
100%.
them into it. No one's why. It's like, oh, this is great.
It's huge. People love pickleball.
So pickleball chick, where's this all heading from your perspective? We got pickleball boulevard out here. We got a packed house for not one ball's been hit on this stage. We got a packed house, people watching. Where's this going?
I think it's just going to infinity and beyond. I always
Thank you,
say
Buzz Lightyear.
pickleball to the moon. Yeah, but I mean, you've seen the trajectory. I've been involved for 2 years. Like Laura Gainer, I was actually asked to be the host of Katy Perry's pickleball charity event. I'm hosting the Necker Island event. So I feel like there's just so many more brands, more charity events. People are getting involved. I'm on the board of Pickleball Cares, whose mission is to change lives through pickleball. We're doing that through serving underserved youth and communities, as well as like we have a slogan, Pickleball for All. So I feel like we're also going to touch the older demographics as well. So I just feel like, what Ernie said, the more people that play, the more people that get addicted. You play it, you love it, you experience the social aspect, you can play it competitively, you can play it socially. It's the first time where I can play with, my parents, also my young cousins. Like there's a spot in the sport for everybody. And I think the more that the pro game develops stars, is also huge because it's tangible. People can see it, people can feel it. I came from the soccer background, and look at what Messi did for soccer in the U.S. and in a split second. And Ben Johns and Natalie Waters have been great ambassadors of the sport. I think it's going to continue to trickle down to younger generations. Duper has also done an incredible job getting high schools and getting college students involved. They're having a college national championship. They're having minor league championships, which if you haven't played minor league, you should. You get to play in a team aspect, which is huge. So again, I'm super impressed with how many people came out to the pickleball business forum. I think, like everyone else has mentioned, it's going to continue to grow. And also, I just want to give a special shout out to Selkirk and Knockaround. He's done a great job of supporting all of his sponsors. But Selkirk and Knockaround have been great sponsors for myself and ambassadors for the sport. So I think more people getting involved, the bigger this thing will get.
Tyson, Caitlin just mentioned the youth. Have you been in any of yours requests? How do we get to the 12-year-old, to the 16-year-old? You got the youngsters at home as a dad. Have you had any involvement there? Do you desire to? Love your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean it's not that dissimilar to actual reality TV where the demographic is generally an older population, and at some point that population is going to be so old that if there's not the youth, that there's a stop or a slowdown. And I think a lot of these facilities are doing well to put the junior programs in play. I know where I play a lot in Mesa. There's a few kids that are young teenagers that are doing their school from the pickleball facility so that they can become professional pickleball players. And I think those kids actually are inspiring. I'm 44. Like I'm pretty cool for a 44-year-old, and maybe like somebody in their older 20s still thinks that I got it. But these teenagers, like they're different. They need other teenagers to inspire them. And so I think when you see these teenage kids playing that are out there and that have great personalities, they're a perfect fit to get their peers into the sport.
I agree, and I think it's going to be fun when if I'm broadcasting and I'm talking about the next hot thing, and it's like I'm not saying where they played tennis in college or they brought their unit back in. It's they've been on the 20 by 44 their whole life, and that's where it's coming from. So it's coming, and it's certainly there. Ernie, last call. What what's next for Carvana with pickleball? What do you hope to continue to go there with that, and how can this just keep being a win-win for the PPA and for Carvana?
I think we're hoping to create a mild obligation for everyone in this room to immediately go out and buy a car.
I mean, you have a vending.
And again, it's not a big
Did
obligation.
you guys not
We're
see the
looking,
fine print when you
we're
walked in
looking
the
for a
door?
mild obligation, and tell your friends. Because I think we want to build a big brand. We're like any other company, so I think over time, hopefully, we do that. I think pickleball can play a huge role in that. So yeah, we're just happy to be here. Like we're part of the community. I mean, that's why I'm here. I love pickleball so much. It's such a big part of my life. I'm sure that's true for all of you as well. And that's cool. There's not a lot of things. There's not a lot of things you can sponsor and businesses out there that are just a huge part of a person's life that makes them happier and healthier. And I just think pickleball does that. So we're along for the ride, and do tell your friends, do buy a car. Again, we came up here on our own expense. We got to sell a lot of cars, pay for this. So please hurry out.
Do you have Rivians?
We might have a couple. We might have a
Ooh.
couple.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, and it's the I mean, it's the vending. I mean, it's so cool. The way
Exactly.
they get the car. Come
Bring
on.
your paddles, buy a
Yeah.
car. It makes tons of sense.
Caitlin, what's next for you? Where's the pickleball chick going, and and more importantly, how can this group and the folks watching at home use your expertise? Because we've talked about it all day long. Like a lot of people see this opportunity, but it's a lot, and if you try to bite off more than you can chew, you won't go anywhere with it.
Yeah, that's a tough one. But I think what has enabled me to make so many connections in the space is just being authentically myself and being super passionate about the sport. I mean, we're all here because we love it, but I truly play like Ernie, like Tyson. I play all the time. I go out to the courts, I'm meeting people, and just being you, connecting with brands that you feel you align with, connecting with people you feel like you align with. I've been hosting Major League Pickleball as the MC and host for the last year, so since October of 2022. So continuing to do that into 2024, hosting other pickleball events. I'm also trying to invest in some companies. A lot of companies have reached out for me to be their chief ambassador. So dedicated pickleball facilities I've been chatting with, some entertainment concepts, and just people that I feel like I connect with on a real level. But in general, I think as pickleball continues to grow, just get out there, network like you have been, and keep playing because the more people that play, the more people that watch. Get your friends to watch. We need the numbers. The numbers are there. They're growing. But the other thing I wanted to mention is I think pickleball.com has done a tremendous job so far. It still hasn't officially launched, but I think they're really catering to the younger demographic. They're talking, more like TikTok, more Instagram. There's younger people on there. When I got involved in the sport, I was just playing with 80-year-olds, and my parents thought I was crazy because I was going out to the courts, and they're like, "You're an athlete. Why are you playing?" I'm like, they can place the ball well, but the sport is getting younger, and these all the brands out there need to cater to that younger demographic. Because, like I said before, there's going to be colleges that now have this sport. There's going to be scholar. Like I think it's just. I went to Duke. I played soccer there. I've been talking to a lot of people in athletics at Duke, and I think it's kind of the next big sport to take over the NCAA.
No, I couldn't agree more. It's exciting to see where that's going. And I think you mentioned pickleball.com. That is going to be something revolutionary here over the next 30 to 60 days. So definitely keep an eye on that, everybody. Tyson, how are you going to stay involved? What can people learn? And if people love what they've heard from you today, are you open to adding, I don't know, socks or something? There's not a lot of real estate over here.
I'm only looking for a tattoo artist. That's the last thing. No, I mean my DMs are open. It has to be a good fit for both of us. If we don't both feel pumped on the idea of working together, then I'm already not interested. And I'm just gonna keep playing. Like I love what I do. I love being involved with the sport. I want to continue to be involved and watch it grow. And so I'm in it for the long haul. And some brands ask me that, like, how long are you going to be in this before you jump on the next thing? And I'm like, I'm ride or die. I'm ride or die over here on pickleball. So I think it's going up. It's going to keep going up. And yeah, I think if you want to reach that recreational side of things, then I'm one of the guys that can do that.
No doubt about it. We're all riding or dying here, and I think we're riding pretty darn well. So, folks, how about these three? Just bring it. Just love it. Tyson, Caitlin, and Ernie. Thank you so much for being with us all day, whether you were on the stream or those in the house. Now, those in the house, I have a special announcement for. So, as part of this wonderful forum, there's more. From 5:30 to 6:30 on the VIP area at Championship Court, you've got 2 drink tickets on Deep Eddy Vodka. So go have a drink up there. You're going to get a wristband and tickets as you leave here. But I am thrilled that this place was packed today. I think there's going to be 500 people at next year's Nationals Business Forum because we can see the opportunity. I think the players are going to hear about this and want to go, wait a minute, I need to learn from these business folks. So it's been a terrific day, a privilege to host this. You guys, thanks so much, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you.